Hello everyone, and we are live. Welcome to my third and final part of my complete Blu-ray collection live stream series. Thank you to everyone that is tuned in to my live streams of me showing my Blu-rays off. I really do appreciate it. It really means a lot. And yeah, part 3 will be all the Blu-rays that I've got over on this side of the room. And like for last live stream, there's a lot of movies here, so there's a lot to get through. It's probably going to take me a while to get through all these. So yeah, hope you'll enjoy. And yeah, I'll try my best to go in as much detail as I can about the films, and obviously I try to get through everyone's comments as well. So yeah, with all that being said, let's get started. And first up, we've got Ultimate Gangster box set. There's some really good films in this set. It's got American Gangster, Carlito's Way, Casino, Public Enemies, and Scarface. I've seen all these films at least once. American Gangster I thought was a really great movie starring Russell Crowe and Denzel Washington. They give fantastic performances in that film, and it's just a really well made movie. Carlito's Way is one of my favourite Brian De Palma films. I absolutely love that movie. Has a few really great standout moments in that film, and Al Pacino and Sean Penn are just absolutely fantastic. Public Enemies I wasn't too keen on. I thought it was a bit overlong, and I just wasn't too engaged in the story for some reason, unfortunately. And Scarface is one of my favourite films ever. It's in my top 10 favourite films of all time. Absolutely adore that film. Al Pacino's Tony Montana is absolutely amazing in it. Next up, we have the Bruce Lee box set collection. I believe this is a German release. This contains the Big Boss. Is it a Big Boss, man? No, just Big Boss. Sorry. Fist of Fury, Way of the Dragon, and Game of Death. All very fun movies. I used to watch these quite a lot when I was a kid growing up. And yeah, I think my favourite might be either a Big Boss or Fist of Fury, but A Way of the Dragon and Game of Death are really fun as well. And we've got a couple of people watching. Got David Beach here. Hello, mate. Saying good evening, Scott. This is going to be a good night with you. You always do your best live streams. Always best mates. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. And we got Steve here. Hello, mate. Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. And hope you enjoy the stream, buddy. Next up, we have this 5 movie Spider-Man collection. This contains the first 3 Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies and the Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. I really enjoyed the first 2 Tobey Maguire Spider-Man films. I think they're a lot of fun. And yeah, the music in them is really great as well. The third one I don't think is great, but I still enjoy it. I don't think it's bad as some people make out to be. Still have enjoyment from that film. Amazing Spider-Man 1's okay. I don't mind that film. I think Andrew Garfield is really good as Spider-Man himself, though. I think he plays the character really well. Amazing Spider-Man 2 I wasn't a fan of. Electro I think is a really poor villain, and yeah, it just didn't work for me, that movie, unfortunately. Next up, we have Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 and 2, which is 2 movies I actually really enjoy. I actually really like the second one as well. I think it's a lot of fun. I think the first one is definitely the better movie, just because of how original it was at the time, and I love the soundtrack to the first movie. The soundtrack to the second movie is pretty good as well, to be fair. But yeah, I think the first movie is definitely better, but the second one is really entertaining as well. Next up, we have an absolute classic trilogy here, and that is the Godfather trilogy. I should probably get these on 4K, as I really do love these movies. The first 2 are absolutely excellent. Some of my favourite gangster movies of all time. I wasn't overly keen on the third one, but maybe I need to give it a rewatch and see if my opinion improves on it. But yeah, the first 2 are absolutely excellent. Marlon Brando is fantastic in the first 2 movies. And yeah, I just have a great time with them. Has some fantastic iconic lines as well. Next up, we have another fantastic set of films, and that is the Indiana Jones and the Complete Adventures box set. Yeah, the first 3 films are absolutely fantastic. I absolutely adore them. I haven't seen the 4th one yet, admittedly, but I will check out before the 5th one comes out. I haven't heard great things about it, though, unfortunately. But the first 3 are absolutely fantastic. Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones was just perfect casting choice in my opinion. And yeah, reaction in the first three films are just brilliant. Really, really fun movies with some great iconic soundtracks as well. Really enjoy all three of those. Next up, we have the James Bond collection. I believe this goes up to Skyfall, but there is a separate placeholder for Spectre as well if you get the Blu-ray for that, which I haven't got yet. So when I do get the Blu-ray for Spectre, I will probably take a discount and place it in this box set. But yeah, I haven't seen many of these movies in all honesty, unfortunately. But the ones I have seen, I do really like. Octopussy is a lot of fun. I think that's a really fun James Bond film. GoldenEye is probably my favourite out of the ones that I've seen. I just think that's a great action 90s film. And Sean Bean's a great villain, plays a great villain in that. And also Live and Let Die is really good as well. But I've seen a couple others as well, like Goldfinger and stuff like that. But I really need to crack on with this box set and watch more of these films because I've heard there's some really good ones in there. License to Kill is one of the ones that I'm most excited to watch. Next up, we have David Attenborough TV series with documentary, which is the Planet Earth Collection 1 and 2. I've seen some of both of these Blu-rays, but I haven't seen them in full. I really do need to watch these all the way through because I do like David Attenborough, to be fair, and these apps look absolutely stunning on Blu-ray. Gonna go through a few more comments. We got Red Room Antics here. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. And he says last night's stream was good. Thank you, mate. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. And we got Lewis Smith here. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. And we got Cybobson here. Hello, mate. Saying for love of God, I watch Crystal Skulls. It's so bad. I haven't heard it's good, to be honest, but I will watch it just to say I've completed the franchise, and I do like completed franchises, even though if the last movie isn't that good. Next up, we have the Toy Story trilogy. I really love these films. The third one I actually saw at the cinema and thought it was excellent. And the first two movies I grew up watching when I was a kid. Just some great childhood classics, and I never get bored of watching these movies. Just some great casting choices and voice actors for these movies. Absolutely love this trilogy. Next up, we've got Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2. Unfortunately, I don't connect as much to these films as I do as other people do. I enjoy these films, but I don't love them. I think the first one is better than the second. The second one I just found really slow and boring, even though it does have some really good action sequences in it. But for some reason, I just don't connect to the story that much to these films, unfortunately. But maybe they will improve on a rewatch. Next up, we have the Vacation box set with Chevy Chase. These are classic films. I've only seen Christmas Vacation so far, unfortunately, which I thought was excellent. It's one of my favourite Christmas films. I really, really enjoyed watching that. I haven't seen the others, but I am really looking forward to giving them a go because I've heard really great things about them. Next up, we have Odds Are Great and Powerful. I started watching this a while ago and turned it off halfway through. I really couldn't get into this movie, unfortunately. I thought it was really bland, and I didn't think the acting was that great, if I'm being honest. But maybe I need to give it another go. But yeah, it just didn't really connect with me. And we've got Andy's like stuff in the chat. Hello, mate. Saying good luck with tonight's stream, mate. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We got David Beach saying amazing live stream last night, Scott. Thank you, Dave. Really appreciate that. And he also says Indiana Jones with complete collection on Blu-ray, £3 in a charity shop in very good condition, like new. Oh wow, that's a very good price for that set, definitely. Next up, we have a film called Sex Drive. I can't remember too much about this. I'm pretty sure I've seen it. I'm not sure if I've seen it all the way through before though. But I remember it being quite funny when I did watch it. Yeah, quite entertaining. Just can't remember too much about it, unfortunately. Next up, we have Meet the Spartans, which is a really bad film starring Gerard Butler and Carmen Electra. Yeah, this is not funny at all. Yeah, this film was just not for me. Didn't enjoy this one, unfortunately. Next up, we've got Resident Evil Degeneration, which is an animated Resident Evil movie. I actually quite enjoyed this. I think that might be an unpopular opinion, but I thought the story was entertaining and some of the action was quite fun. Admittedly, some of the animation looks absolutely abysmal in this film, especially the boss at the end. What was that all about? But yeah, apart from that, I quite enjoyed it. Next up, we've got a Transporter trilogy. I don't think I've actually seen any of these movies in full. I think I've only seen half of the first movie, but I quite enjoyed it. What I saw of it, so I definitely need to give all these a watch for sure. I do quite enjoy Jason Statham's movies, so definitely need to watch these. Next up, we have Mrs. Brown's Boys box set, the complete series. I used to love this show when I was a kid. I absolutely hate it now. I wish I didn't own it. I might actually give this away to someone if anyone wants it, because I really don't want to own this in my collection, if I'm being honest. But yeah, but I'll probably never watch it again. I don't find it funny anymore, unfortunately. And next up, we have Mrs. Brown's Boy, the movie, which is also a film that I really liked when I first saw it, but never plan to go back to rewatch it because I'm not a fan of the show or the film anymore. It's just not for me. The humour doesn't work, and yeah, I'm just not a fan, unfortunately. Next up, we have Puss in Boots, which is a film that I haven't seen in absolute ages, but I remember it being quite fun and sweet. A good spin-off to obviously the Shrek franchise with a Puss in Boots character, and I heard the sequel was really good, which came out last year, so definitely need to give that a watch at some point. Next up, we have a 50 Cent film called 13. I remember this being quite good, to be fair. I thought the action was quite tense, had some tense moments in this film. The story is a bit weird and a bit bland, but I thought the acting was decent enough, and I thought overall it was quite entertaining. So yeah, I would recommend giving this a go if you haven't seen it before, definitely. Next up, we have Spring Breakers, which is quite an entertaining film, definitely mental and quite out there, to be fair. But it is a very entertaining movie, and I had a lot of fun with it when I watched it. I haven't seen it in many years. Maybe it's due a rewatch for me. Next up, we have a classic comedy franchise here, which is the first 4 American Pie movies with the original cast. I love all 4 of these movies, including The Wedding. I think my favourite might actually be The Wedding, to be fair. I think there's some really funny scenes in that film, especially some of Stifler's facial expressions in that film absolutely had me in stitches. It's laugh out loud moments in that film. Reunion was actually a really great sequel, to be fair. I thought that was fantastic. And the second one is a really great funny movie as well. I had a lot of fun with that one. And the first one is just an all-time classic comedy. Can't go wrong with these movies. But just going to go into a couple more comments. Got David Beach saying James Bond's movies are 61 years this year. They are amazing movies to watch. Yeah, definitely. 61 years, that's a long time. And we got Andy Forgotten World in movies here. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well, and hope you enjoy the stream, buddy. Next up, we've got Doctor Strange, which I actually thought was a decent Marvel movie. Quite enjoyed the story, and thought Benedict Cumberbatch was good in this movie. I wasn't a fan of the villain, if I'm being honest. I thought he was quite bland and didn't really do a lot in this film. But other than that, I thought this film was quite entertaining, and the action was pretty good in it as well. Next up, we have Kingsman: Secret Service, which is a fantastic British movie. Really love this film. It has a fantastic cast in it, and some of the action is just really, really fun. And yeah, it's quite funny in places as well. And the story's just really unique, I think, and quite original. So yeah, great movie there. Next up, we have Open Season, which is one of my childhood favourites. Grew up watching this when I was a kid. I haven't seen it in many, many years, but when I used to watch it as a kid, I just find this film really, really entertaining. Some of the animation is really good in it. Hopefully it holds up on a rewatch, but I'll definitely have to rewatch it at some point. Next up, we have The Dark Knight Rises, which is a fantastic movie. I believe I have all these movies in 4K, so I will talk about these movies more when I talk about the 4K box set. But yeah, great film, really enjoyed it. Next up, we have Black Klansman, which is a really great well-made movie. It's quite hard to watch in places, but it's very well directed by Spike Lee, and yeah, the performances in it are absolutely incredible. Really enjoyed this movie. Next up, we've got Stuart Little 1 and 2. I haven't seen these in quite a long time as well, but grew up watching these and always really liked them. I think they're just sweet little charming movies, and yeah, I quite enjoyed the stories to them as well. Definitely want to rewatch these at some point. Next up, we have the 4 movie collection of the best movies. I think I've only seen the first 3, haven't seen the 4th one yet, but the first movie is just a great little sports movie about karate and stuff. Really enjoyed the first movie. The second one is a good sequel, good follow-up sequel, and has some great action scenes in it. And the third one is just weird transitions, just basically an action movie. But yeah, I do actually quite like the third movie. Gina Gershon's really good in that one. Yeah, really solid collection of movies here, I would say. Next up, we have Sausage Party, which I didn't really find that funny, if I'm being honest. Yeah, the humour didn't really work for me in this movie at all, if I'm being honest. Yeah, not a good movie, unfortunately. Next up, we have Activator, which I think the story is decent, but I think this is a very slow moving movie, and it can be a slog to get through. I didn't enjoy watching this movie, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, the story is decent, and yeah, but it's not great, unfortunately. Next up, we have Rio, which I've only seen once, but I remember it being quite entertaining when I did watch it. Just a fun little kids movie, and yeah, really entertaining. Gonna go through a couple more comments. David saying, Wurzel Gummidge, Scott, you will like this TV show, one of the best TV shows. I think I've watched some of Wurzel Gummidge like years ago, but I can't remember anything about it, if I'm being honest. Got David Rich saying, forgot about the movies, Andy. Hope you're doing good, mate. Put all your good work on YouTube, mate. Yeah, he's got a fantastic channel. Definitely love his content. And we got Pete Pretender guy here. Hello, mate. Saying evening, Scott. Hope you're well, mate. Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you, and thank you for joining. Do appreciate it, Pete. Next up, we have the Oceans trilogy. So that's Oceans 11, 12, and 13. Only seen Oceans 11, but I did really enjoy it. Thought it was a decent sort of like heist movie, and the cast in it is really good as well. And yeah, I remember it be quite entertaining. I really do need to check sequels out, but I haven't heard the best things about them. Next up, we have the Ring collection, which we Japanese set. I really enjoyed the first Ring film, which I believe is called Ringu. I thought that was a really great, creepy, atmospheric horror film. Really good movie. The second one I thought was okay. It had some creepy moments, but I didn't think it was great. And Ring Spiral I thought was absolutely awful. I didn't understand what the hell was happening. Maybe I need to give it another rewatch, but when I watched it, I didn't understand what was happening, and I didn't find it scary at all. And I haven't checked out Ring Zero yet, so maybe I should check it out soon. Next up, we have Hacksaw Ridge 4K Steelbook. This is one of my favourite films of all time. I absolutely adore this film. I think I've forgotten his name. Andrew Garfield as Desmond Dost is absolutely sensational in this movie, and it's just a really inspirational story. And yeah, this film's just great, and the action sequences are really brutal and tense to see, but it's absolutely fantastic. Love this film. And we've got Jackson Hills to cinema. Hello, mate. Saying Ringu is great, a slow burn for sure, but that ending is crazy. Yeah, definitely, I agree with you, Jackson. Fantastic film. Next up, we have the original Doom, which in all honesty, I wasn't a massive fan of, but I absolutely adore the Arrow box set of it, so that makes up for it, I guess. But yeah, I really couldn't connect with any of the characters, if I'm being honest. What I will say, about this film though is the score is absolutely fantastic. I love the score to this film. Just got a block someone. Sorry about that, everyone. Just had to remove a John Wick spoiler there. Really annoys me when that happens, but yeah, I suppose I got nothing better to do. But back on with the movies, and yeah, this is really got a fantastic soundtrack. Really enjoyed the music to it, but the overall film I didn't enjoy. I didn't understand it very well, and some of the effects in this film really don't hold up as well either. But maybe I need to give it another go. But yeah, I didn't enjoy that one. Next up, we have the film I absolutely love, and that is the 4K set of the Outsiders. I absolutely love this film. Can't believe that I haven't seen it in 4K yet, but this set is fantastic. Just a really great coming of age film, and the cast absolutely stacked. You got Rob Lowe, Ralph Macchio, forgotten his name from C. Thomas Howell from Hitcher, and Matt Dillon as well was in it as well. Emilio Estevez. Just what a cast that is, and what a film. Next up, we have The 40-Year-Old Virgin, which is a funny comedy. I haven't seen it in many years, but Steve Carell's absolutely hilarious in it. Yeah, just a fun comedy from mid-2000s there. Next up, we have Zack and Miri Make a Porno, which is another hilarious comedy. Really, really enjoyed this movie. Elizabeth Banks and Seth Rogen is fantastic in this film. Sorry, everyone, just got to block another. Sorry about that, everyone. He's gone as well. So many John Wick spoilers tonight. But yeah, that's all sorted. But anyway, back with this film. Yeah, just a really fun and entertaining comedy. Really, really enjoyed this one. Next up, we have Road Trip, which I think I've only seen a bit of. In all honesty, I didn't find this movie too funny. But I do want to go back and rewatch it because I know Andy Forgotten About the Movies is a massive fan of this film, and I think Matt from Vengeance Media is a massive fan as well. So I definitely want to go back and rewatch it because I've heard great things about it. We got David Beach saying Potendo Guy, good live stream on Wednesday. Pete, keep up your amazing work on YouTube. Definitely, it was a fantastic stream, and yeah, Pete has a great channel as well. And he says, Scott, do you ever go into charity shops to buy movies? Not often, if I'm being honest. I did go in to get a couple off of British Heart Foundation a few years ago, and yeah, they had some really good movies in there, to be fair. But other than that, I haven't been to many charity shops to buy movies. We got David saying, mate, and he's giving me some support. Thank you, David. Really do appreciate that. And we got David saying American Pie movies are amazing. 100%, I do agree there, buddy. And we got David saying no reasons for spoiling the movie. I 100% agree with that. It really annoys me. Got Jackson saying fuck off spoiler bots. Yeah. Well said, Jackson. And we got Pete saying thanks to David for support. Awesome stuff there. And next up we have a Family Guy spoof movie which is called Family something Darkside Guy. Interesting title. Yeah, I believe this is like a spoof of the Star Wars franchise, if I remember correctly. Can't remember which movie it takes a piss out of, but I remember enjoying this movie when I watched it. It was quite funny in places, and some good references to the Star Wars franchise, obviously. Next up, we have Back in Devlin Goes to High School, another film that I've only seen half of. I remember this being okay, but I didn't find it hilarious, so I definitely need to go back and give it another go because there was some funny moments in this movie, but overall it was just okay for what I saw. And next up, we've got Coffee starring Pam Grier, which is a film I'm yet to watch, unfortunately, but I've heard fantastic things about it. Yeah, really looking forward to watching this movie. Next up, we have Star Wars: The Force Awakens, which is one of the Star Wars films that I haven't seen yet. But this was obviously the first of the sequel trilogy. Need to watch it. This is one of the better ones in that trilogy, so I want to give it a go. Next up, we've got Matchstick Men, which I got because I've heard this is going to be one of Nicolas Cage's most underrated movies. I don't really know much about it. This was a complete buy for me. But I've heard many great things about this movie, so I cannot wait to check it out. We got Pete saying, currently playing Gotham Knights. It's fine, nothing special like with Batman Arkham games, unfortunately. That's a shame, mate. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it somewhat, though. And yeah, that's quite a cool pickup as well, definitely. We got Lewis Smith saying road trip is hilarious. Scott, the character Carl comes to mind every time I think about it. Awesome, mate. Glad you enjoy it. I definitely need to give it another rewatch, that's for sure. And we got Sinjin here. Hello, mate. Saying, I know they are before your time, Scott, but do you own any of the Porky's movies? Yep, I own the first one. And if I'm being honest, I wasn't a massive fan of it. I didn't find it overly funny, but I definitely need to go back and give it another rewatch, though. We got David Beach saying, I always support your channel, Scott, and Forgotten World the movies, Andy and Pete. You are all amazing. Thank you so much, David, for supporting everyone. I really do appreciate it. Next up, we've got Born on the 4th of July, which I've heard is an amazing Tom Cruise film. I really do want to check this one out soon because it's meant to be an absolute classic movie. Yeah, Eddie's performance is fantastic in this, and I really do want to check it out. Next up, we have Ricky O, Story of Ricky, which is an absolutely mental film. The action in this is absolutely insane. There's some really good gory moments in this, surprisingly as well. And yeah, I had an absolute blast with this. I know Jordan from Movie Worms also a massive fan of this movie too. So shout out to him as well. Yeah, this is just a really mental and wacky film, but I absolutely adored it. Next up, we have Parenthood, which is an 80s comedy starring Steve Martin. I haven't seen this one yet, but I've heard that this is a really funny movie. Do want to check out soon. Really looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Hangman, which I don't really know much about. I believe I got this as a birthday present last year or so. But yeah, I like Al Pacino, so I'm looking forward to checking this out. And yeah, just looking forward to seeing what it's all about, really. Next up, we got the Nightmare Alley. This was the 2021 version, I want to say. I think this came out in 2021. Heard good things about this when it came out. Or was it last year? I can't remember when it came out, if it was early last year or the year before. But heard good things about this movie. Definitely want to check it out. I've heard that it's a really intriguing story and a good murder mystery. So yeah, definitely want to watch this one soon. Got Pete saying definitely check out Last American Virgin if you can find a copy, mate. Yeah, thank you, Pete. I definitely need to get that movie for sure. I've been meaning to check it out for ages. And we got Sinjin saying hit the like button, guys. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. And we got Cy Robson saying Ricky O is awesome. Yes, 100%. I definitely agree with you there, mate. Next up, we have Rob Zombie Halloween movies. Haven't seen these yet, and I've heard really mixed things on these movies, if I'm being honest. But I did enjoy House of a Thousand Corpses, so hopefully I'll enjoy these movies as well. Next up, we have Raising Arizona, which is another film starring Nicolas Cage. Haven't seen this one either, but heard that this is meant to be a really funny movie, so I am definitely looking forward to checking this one out. Next up, we have Brian and Charles, which I believe was Jamie Powell's favourite movie of last year, so shout out to you, Jamie. And yeah, I've heard amazing things about this movie. Just said it's meant to be really funny and great comedy. And yeah, definitely want to check out soon. Next up, we have Eraser. By the way, before I get into more movies, there is a lot of movies here that I haven't actually seen yet, so apologies, I can't go into too much detail on the films that I haven't seen yet. But yeah, this is Eraser starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've heard that this is a really fun action movie starring Vanessa Williams as well. Been wanting to check this out for quite a while actually. Yeah, this is meant to be one of these better action movies. Next up, we've got The Knowing, which is also stars Nicolas Cage. Yeah, I haven't heard too much about this film, but I know it has some fans out there. Do want to give it a go. Heard decent things about it. Next up, we have You Were Never Really Here, which I honestly don't know too much about. This was another blind buy for me, but I've heard it's quite decent, so I do want to check this movie out, and I believe it's got Joaquin Phoenix in it, who is a fantastic actor. So yeah, definitely looking forward to giving this a go. Next up, we have Three Women, which I've heard is absolutely amazing movie. Really want to check this out. This is the Criterion Blu-ray of it. I believe this came out in the late 70s, was it? Does it show on the spine? 77. But yeah, I heard that this was a fantastic film from that year, and I do really want to check it out. Next up, we have Jarhead, which I've heard is going to be a really great war movie, and Jake Gyllenhaal's in it. Is a fantastic actor, so I definitely need to give this a watch. And heard it's going to be really tense, and need to give it a go. Next up, we have Spencer, which I believe won a couple of Oscars last year, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I know that this is going to be a fantastic movie. I think it's about Princess Diana, is it, if I remember correctly? And yeah, I heard that Kirsten Stewart is absolutely amazing in this film, so I do definitely need to watch it. Next up, we have the Police Academy, the complete collection. I actually enjoy all of these movies up until the last one. The last one is absolutely shocking. I didn't find it funny at all, but all the rest of the movies I really enjoy. The first two are definitely the best ones. The first one being my favourite, and the second one being a close second. I actually really like the fifth one, Miami Vice. I think that might be an unpopular opinion, but I've always really enjoyed that movie. Going to go through a few more comments. We got David Beach saying, "Are you looking forward to Toy Story 5 and Frozen 3?" I haven't seen any of the Frozen films admittedly, so I'm not really looking forward to a third one. But Toy Story 5, I am looking forward to. I love all the Toy Story films, so I'll definitely check it out. Got David saying, "Mate," and leaving loads of emojis. And we also got Pete saying, "You Were Never Really Here" was a great film with Phoenix, one of his best roles. Oh, awesome. That's great to hear, Pete. Really glad you enjoyed it. Looking forward to checking it out. And we got Sinjin saying he loves to know him. Please check out Scott. You won't be disappointed. Awesome, mate. Thank you for the recommendation. I will definitely check it out soon. And we got David Beach saying, "Are you looking forward to the new Mermaid movie live version?" In all honesty, I haven't even seen the animated one, so I need to check out the animated movie before watching the live action one. But it looks okay from the trailers, if I'm being honest. We got Sinjin saying once Steve Guttenberg left the series, they wasn't worth watching after that. That's fair enough, mate. I can definitely understand where you're coming from there. Without a doubt, definitely. Next up, we got Now You See Me, which is a really fun movie. Has a fantastic cast in it. Really enjoyed the story to this, and yeah, just a really fun and entertaining movie. I enjoyed this one quite a bit. Next up, we have a series called Power. This is the first season. I haven't checked this out yet, but I've heard it's going to be really entertaining series. This meant to have a lot of great 50 Cent tracks in it as well, which is great because I love some of his music. So yeah, I'm looking forward to checking this out. Looking forward to checking that one out, shall I say. Next up, we have Nikita, which is a really great badass action movie directed by Luc Besson. This has some really great action sequences in it from what I remember. Really great entertaining movie, this one. Really enjoyed that one. Next up, we have a Digibook of Hitcher. I believe this is a German release. Fantastic movie, one of my favourite 80s thrillers. Rutger Hauer as the villain is absolutely fantastic. It's probably my favourite performance of his. And yeah, this just has some really great tense moments in it. A really, really great movie and just an absolute thrill ride. Next up, we have To Kill a Mockingbird, which is a fantastic 60s movie. It's an all-time classic. Gregory Peck is excellent in it, and the story is really good as well. yeah, just a great 60s movie here. Next, we have another 50 Cent movie called Set Up, which I thought was okay. The story is a bit bland. It doesn't really do anything original, to be honest. But I like it's got a good casting in it, and it's decent for what it is. I enjoyed it for what it was, but it doesn't really do anything special. Next up, we have The Wild, which I know isn't a very popular animated Disney movie, but in all honesty, this is a film that I grew up watching. Haven't seen it for many years now, admittedly, so maybe it doesn't hold up on a rewatch. But yeah, I used to love this movie when I was a kid. Just really, really enjoyed it. But like I say, it might not hold up on a rewatch. Next up, we have Y Team Mama Tambin. I think that's how you pronounce it. Really sorry if I got that title wrong, but yeah, I've heard that this is a fantastic movie. I believe it's a French film, and yeah, I just heard some really great things about this movie. I do want to check out. It's been on my watch list for ages, so I will watch this soon. I'm going to go through a few more comments. Got saying, I love the Police Academy movies. In my opinion, they went downhill after Steve Guttenberg left the franchise. Yeah, totally understand that, mate, and I do agree to a certain extent. And we got Pete saying the Nikita TV series was really good. Oh, awesome. I didn't actually know there was a TV series, so that's pretty cool. We got Sinjin saying, I cannot wait for 4K picture. Me neither, mate. That's going to be absolutely awesome. I'll definitely be picking that up, I think. Yeah, and see. Hopefully it'll be a good transfer. And we got Sam here. Hello, Sam, mate. Hope you're doing well. Saying, hi, Scott. Hope you had a good day, mate. Yeah, I had a fantastic day. Thank you. Was hanging out with my mate for most of the day, and yeah, showed him the original Day of the Dead for the first time, which we both really enjoyed. Obviously, I've seen that movie loads of times before, and it was his first time watch for him, so I'm glad that he enjoyed it as well. And we're watching not a stream highlights from some of my streams in the past as well. So yeah, I had a really fun day. Thank you for asking, mate. And yeah, we got Shinjin saying a very young Robert devouring To Kill Mockingbird. Yeah, I didn't even realise he was in that movie, if I'm being honest. It has been a little while since I watched it, though, to be fair. We got Pete saying The Wild always felt like a less of Madagascar, to be honest. Yeah, I can agree with that, to be fair. I do prefer Madagascar. We got Sam saying, we'll watch your Boo-Bo collection on playback, mate. Just thought I'd check in and say hi, matey. No worries, Sam. That's absolutely fine, mate. But thank you for joining, and I hope you enjoy the stream on playback, mate. And we got Stephen saying Hitcher is a first class film. It is definitely a class film, Steve. I absolutely adore that movie, mate. Next up, we have 8 Mile, which is a really fun movie about rapping and stuff, and sort of like making it big in the rap industry. And yeah, there's some great songs in this. Eminem's quite good in this movie. Brittany Murphy was fantastic in it as well. And yeah, this is just a movie that I used to grow up watching because I used to love. I've always been a massive fan of rap music, and this is a really entertaining movie. Next up, we have Scooby Doo 1 and 2 live action movies. 2 films I also grew up watching. I really enjoyed both of these movies. I think I enjoyed the second one a little bit more. Monsters Unleashed. Yeah, that's a really fun movie. Some of the monsters in it are quite funny. To be fair, but yeah, just fun little charming movies, and they'll always have a soft spot in my heart, those films. Next up, we have Battle Los Angeles, which in all honesty is a film I actually quite enjoyed. It's definitely a really stupid movie and doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but the action is really fun, and I quite enjoyed it for what it was. Yeah, can't lie, I had a good time watching this movie. So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to giving this a rewatch, to be fair. Next up, we have Copland, which is an absolutely amazing 90s thriller with an absolute stacked cast. Robert De Niro, Ray Liotta, rest in peace to him, fantastic actor he was, and Harvey Keitel and Sylvester Stallone as well. Yeah, just a brilliant cast, and it's a really great film from the 90s. Always really enjoyed this one. Next up, we've got Ant-Man, which is another really fun Marvel movie. I've always really enjoyed this one. I think Paul Rudd as Ant-Man is just fantastic. He's perfect casting choice there, I think. And yeah, this is just a really fun movie. I have a great time with it. Next up, we have American Honey, which is a really well-made movie, but it's a film that I couldn't quite get into. I thought it was a really slow movie. I think it clocks in at about 3 hours as well. I think it definitely could have been trimmed down a little bit. But I still think it's a really decent movie, very well made, and the acting in it is fantastic as well. So yeah, really good film, just not one of my favourites. Next up, we have before American Ninja movie collection, which is I actually really enjoyed all these films. I haven't seen the third and fourth one in ages, but I used to watch the third one quite a lot. The first one is definitely the best one. I think that's actually quite a good martial arts movie, action movie, that one. The second one is great, just a really fun and strange sequel, but it's really fun and quite entertaining with some really great action sequences in it. And yeah, the third one is probably where the franchise goes downhill, but I've always really enjoyed the third one, just always liked some of the action in that one. And the fourth one I can't remember that much. Next up, we have Chicken Little, which is probably considered to be one of the worst Disney animated films. But in all honesty, this is a film I absolutely loved as a kid. Would it hold up probably watch? Probably not. I haven't seen this movie in many years, but always really, really loved this movie. Yeah, the animation isn't great, admittedly, and the story is really stupid. But I've always had a great time with it, and I loved the PS2 game as well when I was younger as well. Going to go through a few more comments. Got some saying no Robbie Scott chat soon, bud. Yeah, speak to you soon, buddy. We got some saying Copland is very underrated. It definitely is. I 100% agree with you there, mate. Got Sinjin saying that he agrees. Awesome. We got David Beach saying Brittany Murphy, she was an amazing actor. 8 Mile was an amazing film. What are your favourite movies of Brittany Murphy? Awesome question. And yes, she was an amazing actor, and 8 Mile was an amazing film. 8 Mile's definitely up there. I really enjoyed Clueless as well. There's a lot of films of hers that I actually haven't seen. Those are just the two movies that I can think of off the top of my head at the moment. And we got Cy Robson saying Clueless is her best in my opinion. Great choice, mate. I do enjoy that film. We got Shinjin saying American Ninja was proper 80s popcorn movie. I loved it. Shame about Steve James dying so young. Oh wow, I didn't even know about that, to be honest. But yeah, that is definitely a shame. And yeah, I do agree. It's proper 80s popcorn movie. Next up, we have Howling in 4K, which is an 80s horror film that I really couldn't get into at all. Just found it to be really slow and boring, unfortunately. But the transformation scene is really good in it. The 4K transfer looks really good as well. So if you are a fan of the movie, I would recommend picking up the 4K. But I just couldn't connect with this one, unfortunately. Next up, we have the Jurassic Park trilogy in 4K. I actually enjoy all these films. The first one is definitely the best. That goes without saying. I adore the first movie. It's one of my favourite films of all time. It has some really great iconic scenes in it, and the soundtrack is iconic, and the cast is fantastic as well. Just so many great elements to the first movie, and it's a brilliant film directed by Steven Spielberg, of course. And the second one is a decent sequel. Really enjoyed it. Thought there was some really great scenes in it, especially the T-Rex scene. The one on the camper van in particular, that was a really great tense moment, I thought. And the third film is really entertaining as well. Does have a lot of problems. Tia Leone, is it Tia Leone? How you pronounce her name? I think she is actually quite annoying in this film. All she does is screams, and she really grates on me in this film. But other than that, I enjoyed these films. Next up, we have the complete Friday 13th collection. I believe this comes with all of the movies, including Freddy vs. Jason. I got this box set years ago. I haven't seen some of the movies in ages. I do enjoy some of the movies. The first one I've always found to be a little bit overrated, but I do need to go back to it because I really want to love that movie. But I've always loved the poster for it, which is why obviously I have a poster on my room. The second one I've always thought was a really good sequel, and a good follow-up to the original movie. The third one, while the effects don't hold up, it's still a really fun movie, I think, and I've always really enjoyed it. Part 4 is excellent, one of my favourites. And St. James asked, what's your favourite Friday 13th film, Scott? Probably Part 6. That's probably my favourite one, mate. I absolutely love that film. Just really fun movie. It's the one that I watched the most when I was a kid. And yeah, I really love the opening to it. It's just a really fun opening, I think. And the kills in it are awesome as well. Part 5, I'm not a massive fan of. I think it's a bit weird, and I'm not a fan of the ending. Part 7, I think is okay, but it's really heavily cut. So that sort of spoils the movie for me, because you really don't get to see the kills in all their glory, and it's a shame because some of the kills in that film are actually really, really good. Part 8, I actually always really enjoyed Part 8. I can't lie. Yeah, it could have taken place in Manhattan a bit more, and it could have used that location a lot better than what it did. But I still think it's a lot of fun, and as one of my favourite kills in the Friday 13 franchise, obviously the one I'm talking about is when he cuts the guy's head off. That's just a really funny moment. Always really enjoyed that one. And Part 9 is a film that I haven't seen in a long time, but always really, really hated it because there's not enough Jason in it. But having said that, my good friend Andy and my good friend Nigel really do like this film because they say it's really, really funny. So I do want to go back and rewatch Friday 30th Part 9 soon. Hopefully my opinion will change on it. And Jason X, whilst it's probably the most ridiculous one of the franchise, being set in space, obviously, which was just a bad idea from the get-go. I had no idea why they decided that was a good idea. But yeah, I do actually enjoy the movie for what it was, even though some of the effects are absolutely terrible and the story makes no sense whatsoever. But some of the kills are absolutely awesome, and I do have a good time with it. Freddy vs. Jason, I've actually always really enjoyed. I think some of the kills are fantastic in it, and I do like a battle scene at the end between Freddy and Jason, and yeah, just a fun movie. Overall, great franchise. We've got Jackson saying The Lost World is really underrated. Double scene on a cliff that you mentioned. Yeah, definitely, I agree with you. Great scene and good movie. Jackson saying I watched Part 6 last night, which was a lot of fun. Glad you enjoyed it, Jackson. I do really like that movie. I also really enjoy it. Got St. Jin saying good choice. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Next up, we have the full movie Lethal Weapon collection. I really enjoy the first 3 movies. I think they're action classics. Really, really enjoy them. The fourth one I think is okay, but not great. But the ending is excellent. It ends the franchise perfectly, in my opinion. But yeah, the first one I think is the best, and maybe the second one is the most entertaining. But the third one is really good as well. Next up, we have Despicable Me, which is a film I haven't seen in ages. I did really enjoy it when I first watched it, but the Minions really do annoy me now, if I'm being honest. But back then I thought they were quite funny, but now they just annoy me. Next up, we have Good Luck Chuck, which is quite a fun comedy movie. I can't remember too much about it, but I remember it being quite funny, and yeah, just really good comedy from the late 2000s or early 2010s, I think. And there goes some of my movies. There we go. And next up, we have Spy Kids 3 Game Over. For some reason, the only Spy Kids film I own. I used to absolutely love this movie when I was a kid. I haven't seen it in many, many years. But yeah, some of the CGI in this film is absolutely diabolical, and the acting is terrible. It's definitely not a good movie, but I grew up watching it. And there's Sylvester Stallone in it, so there's that. Next up, we got 21 and 22 Jump Street, which are 2 great comedy films there, starring Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum. Really do enjoy these films. I think the first one is better, but I do enjoy the second one as well. Just really fun cop movies there. Next up, we've got Manchester by the Sea, which is a really great movie. I think this is a really powerful and emotional movie, and the performances are absolutely incredible. Yeah, just a really great movie from 2016, which was a great year for movies. Next up, we have the complete Saw collection, which comes with every single movie, apart from part 2, unfortunately, which makes no sense. But yeah, I've only actually seen the first Saw movie, but I really, really liked it. I thought it was a great horror film. Do definitely need to check out some of the sequels. Yeah, the first one was just really great, and I did not expect the ending when I first saw it. It's probably one of my favourite endings in horror movie history, and yeah, it's just a really great tense movie. Absolute classic. Next up, we've got The Florida Project, which is a fantastic movie. I think the cinematography in this one was absolutely beautiful. I think the story is really unique and entertaining, and the performances are excellent. Just a fantastic movie. Really, really enjoyed this one. William Dafoe in particular is fantastic in it. Next up, we have the DVD, and that is of the original Craze. This is a really good movie, obviously based on a true story about the Craze. This is the Kemp brothers version. This is a really, really good movie. Really enjoyed this one. From what I've heard, apparently it is factually incorrect, but I still had a great time with it, and I think it's a really good British movie. Next up, we have A Million Ways to Die in the West, which is a film that I thought was quite bland and not that funny, if I'm being honest. The jokes don't land in this film, unfortunately, and it is a shame because it has a really good cast. Charlize Theron is a great actress. She was completely wasted in this movie, unfortunately. Yeah, I didn't enjoy this one. Next up, we have Maze Runner. The only one that I own and the only one that I've seen. But I really did have a good time with this movie. I thought it was a really entertaining film. I quite liked the concept of it as well. I thought it was quite unique. And yeah, it is quite tense in some scenes as well. Has some good action in it. And yeah, it's just an entertaining time. Next up, we have Ratatouille, which is an amazing animated Pixar movie. One of the better ones for sure. Really, really great movie. The voice acting is fantastic, and some of the food in this movie looks wonderful. Just some great food in this movie. Gonna go through a few more comments. Think we got to this one. With David Beach saying Jurassic Park is 30 years anniversary this year. They are amazing to watch. Yep, definitely 100% agree with you, and it is 30 years old. We got a Soy saying, are you looking forward to a new Lethal Weapon film? Mel Gibson is directing it. I will watch it, but I can't say I'm overly excited for it because I just think the fourth one ended the franchise really well. But hopefully it'll be decent. I will give it a go. We got Steve saying, real shame that Friday 13 Part 7 got butchered by MPP8. Yeah, I do agree. It's a shame that they cut that film a lot. Sinjin saying, is there going to be a 23 Jump Street? I honestly have no idea, but I haven't heard anything about it, so I'm just going to say no at the moment, but you never know. We got a Jackson saying, love the Florida Project. Sean Baker is one of my favourite current directors. What did you think of Red Rocket? I love that one. Glad you enjoyed the Florida Project, mate. And I actually haven't seen Red Rocket yet, but I've heard it. It's really, really good. Definitely want to check it out at some point. Got David saying Lethal Weapon, they are amazing to watch. Are you looking forward to Lethal Weapon 5? No, I'm not overly excited for it, but I will get around to watching it. We got Soy saying, I remember watching the first Saw film in the cinema. Oh, awesome, that is cool. And when the big reveal happened, people were shocked. I can definitely see why, mate. And yeah, what an ending. Next up, we have Wall Street, which is a really, really great movie based on Three Kisses, based on a true story, directed by Oliver Stone as well. Has a great cast, starring Michael Douglas and Charlie Sheen. Yeah, just a really great film about money and stuff, and yeah, it's just really entertaining. Next up, we have Ice Age 4. I think this is the only Ice Age film I own for some reason, and I believe it's the only one I've seen in full. I can't remember anything about it, if I'm being honest. I have definitely seen it at least once, but I remember it being okay, just not great. Next up, we have 13 Hours, which is a fun movie. I did enjoy watching this one, but I wasn't a massive fan of it. But the directing's pretty good, and the acting's pretty solid as well. Yeah, good movie, just not one of my favourites. Next up, we have Belfast, which I've heard is an amazing film. Is this film directed by Kenneth Branagh? I believe it is. Yeah. And yeah, I heard this was a fantastic movie. Definitely want to check this one out. Next up, we have Hinge, which stars Russell Crowe. This was meant to be a really good sort of like action thriller and quite tense. So yeah, definitely want to check this one out because I've heard really good things about this one. Next up, we have The Black Phone, which came out last year. This was meant to be one of the better horror films of last year. There's two really good standout jump scares in this film. I haven't seen this movie yet, but I do want to check it out because I've heard Ethan Hawke is fantastic in this film. Next up, we have a wrestling Blu-ray, and that is Royal Rumble 2022. I'm a big wrestling fan, always have been. There was a time where I sort of grew out of wrestling, but I've really got back into it recently. And yeah, this was just really entertaining. Really enjoyed watching this. The Royal Rumble matches were great, and yeah, just a decent pay-per-view. Next up, we have Westworld season 2 with Raw. Haven't seen Westworld yet, but I've heard it's an absolutely amazing show, so I do really want to check it out. Next up, we have the Daniel Craig 4K James Bond collection. I haven't seen any of the Daniel Craig James Bond films. I've only seen half of Skyfall at secondary school, funny enough. And yeah, it looked really good for what I saw of it. I did enjoy what I saw of it. I haven't seen any of the others, but I do want to check these out in 4K. Next up, we've got Ghostbusters. Yeah, the first movie's an absolute classic. Really, really enjoy it. Yeah, just a great 80s film. The 4K transfer is a bit weak, unfortunately, but maybe it's just one of those films that never look that great, which is a shame. The second movie's okay. I don't think it's great. I think it's definitely a bit slow in places, but it has some funny moments. The 2016 Ghostbusters one, no, I really didn't like. Unfortunately, I couldn't get into that movie at all. I thought all of the humour was really unfunny. All the jokes fell flat on its face, and yeah, I just really didn't enjoy it, unfortunately. Got Jackson saying Unhinged is hilarious. Russell Crowe is such a large sweaty force in that. Yeah, looking forward to checking out Jackson, definitely. And we got Norman Rudd here. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. And he says WrestleMania today. Woo, you ready, Scott? Yeah, definitely, mate. I will check out WrestleMania for sure. I probably won't watch it live, but I'll definitely pick up when it comes out of physical media. Next up, we have Home Alone 2: Lost in New York, which is a fantastic sequel. Really great Christmas movie. Good follow-up sequel. I guess you could say it basically copies the same formula as the first movie, but it's still fantastic. And the traps in this movie are absolutely hilarious, and yeah, just a great movie. Next up, we have World's End, which is a really fun and funny comedy film about these guys that are on a mission to drink have a drink in every pub in their town. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, I think it's 12 pubs and they plan to have a drink at every single one. And yeah, it's just a really fun movie, and the music in it is great as well. Some really great 90s songs as well. Next up, we have Children and Men, which I know is one of James' favourite films. Is one of my good friends, and yeah, this is a fantastic film. I absolutely adore this movie. Yeah, really entertaining, really interesting concept. Quite bleak and depressing to watch, but a really great, well-made film here. Next up, we have American History X, which is a really powerful and emotional movie. touches on some really hard subjects to watch, such as race and stuff like that. But it is a very well made movie and is iconic and really popular. Fantastic movie, one of my favourites from the late 90s, but it is really hard to watch. One scene in particular I thought was really, really hard to watch. If you've seen a movie, you know which scene I'm probably on about. But next up we have Ride Along, which is a really fun comedy that isn't fantastic, but it is quite funny and some reaction in it is quite good. I've always really liked Ice Cube as an actor. Kevin Hart is okay, but he's basically in the same movie every single time. But yeah, it's a fun movie. We got David Beach saying 23 Jump Street movie has been cancelled. Oh, okay, fair enough. I'm not surprised, to be fair. Next up, we've got the original. Is this? I want to say Swedish. Girl with a dragon tattoo. I think it's made in Sweden. I'm not 100% sure on that though. Yeah, this is an amazing film. Really do look forward to checking it out. This going to be quite violent in places as well, but yeah, looking forward to checking the movie out. Need to get the other movies as well. Next up, we have the Tim Burton Charlie and Chocolate Factory remake, a film that I loved when I was a kid. But this movie does not hold up very well. It's quite weird, to be fair. Johnny Depp as Willy Wonka is a strange casting choice. He's really strange in this movie. The acting is not great, but yeah, I used to like it, but the original was definitely better. Next up, we have Closer, which is a film I've seen once. I really wasn't a fan of it. I get what they was trying to go for, but I didn't enjoy this movie. I thought it was quite slow, quite boring, and I really didn't connect with the story much, to be honest. Next up, we have this really good Arrow 4K box set of Children of Corn. Only the first one's 4K, and then I believe the second and third one's just for Blu-rays. But only seen the first one. Really, really enjoyed it. Thought it was a decent 80s horror film. Not amazing, but it was decent. Haven't checked out the sequels yet, unfortunately. We're going to go through a few more comments. And we got David Beach saying the end of Ends World is an amazing movie. Definitely is, mate. I agree with you there. And we got Jackson saying, have you seen Ghost of Mars? Early Ice Cube movie, probably my least favourite Carpenter film. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard that it's absolutely atrocious. So yeah, but I will probably check out just to see what it's all about, to be fair. We got Sai saying the ending of American History X is a total gut punch to the senses. Yes, definitely, I agree with you there, mate. What an ending, just wow. And we've got my good friend here, Brandon. Hello, mate. Thank you for joining. Glad to see you here. And yeah, glad you enjoyed David Ed, yeah, mate, as well. We got Bob saying didn't Johnny Depp base his performance of Willy Wonka on Michael Jackson? I honestly have no idea, to be honest, if he did, but if he did, that's quite cool, I guess. Next up, we have this 4K set of Citizen Kane, which I haven't seen in 4K yet, but I have seen this film, and it's an absolutely amazing film. It's probably one of my favourites, and yeah, just a really iconic film from the 40s, directed by Orson Welles, of course. Yeah, just a fantastic film. Next up, we have the Scream trilogy, which is a really fun trilogy. Enjoy all these films. The first one is one of my favourite slashers. Just an amazing slasher film. Really revived the slasher genre and brought it back to new life again. And yeah, the opening scene is one of the best scenes in horror cinema history, I think. Just such a great opening scene. And yeah, the second one is a great sequel and also has an amazing opening scene. And yeah, just got some great kills in these films. The third one is quite entertaining as well. We got Brandon saying, what did I miss? You didn't miss too much, mate, to be fair. I've still got a lot of movies to go through, so don't worry, and feel free to catch up on the start of the stream on playback if you want. Next up, we've got the Bean movie, We Aren't Meant Disaster. This is a fun comedy movie. I've only seen this once, but I remember really enjoying it. Yeah, well, I've always liked Mr. Bean, just such a great comedy. just making sure none of my movies fall over, although that will probably happen again at some point. Next up, we have Hall Pass, which is a fun comedy movie. I think this is actually quite underrated. Did really enjoy this one. Owen Wilson is fantastic in it, and yeah, haven't seen it in a while, but I remember really liking it. Next up, we have Don't Breathe, which is a really good claustrophobic, intense horror film from the mid 2010s. Yeah, just a fantastic film. Quite creepy and scary at times as well. And yeah, got some really great scenes in this movie. And next up, we've got Madagascar, the first one, which is an all-time childhood classic for me. Always loved this film. It's one that I grew up watching when I was a kid. Just a great voice cast in this. Some great voice acting in this film. Really, really like this movie. It's a lot of fun. Next up, we have The Changeling, starring Angelina Jolie, which is based on a true story. Also stars John Malkovich as well. I've heard that this is okay, but not great. But I do definitely want to check out at some point. Next up, we have St. Maud, which I believe is an A24 film. Is it? I'm not too sure. It doesn't actually say on the Blu-ray cover. I think it might be A24 though, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Yeah, I heard this was meant to be like a really weird and strange sort of like art house horror movie, and heard it was actually meant to be really good. So I definitely want to check this movie out. Next up, we have The Greasy Strangler, which is one of the most fucked up movies I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, I don't know if I want to talk about this movie too much, just because it's really fucking weird. But yeah, and the strangest thing about it is I actually liked it. I know it's weird. This is one of the worst films I've ever seen, and somehow I liked it. I don't know why, but it was actually quite funny at times. And yeah, this film's just wacky. If you haven't seen it yet, give it a go. But yeah, it's really, really weird. Next up, we have Diego Maradona documentary, which is obviously based on Diego Maradona's life, and this is a fantastic documentary. I learned a lot about Maradona, which I didn't know before, and yeah, I've always been a fan of Maradona. He was a fantastic footballer, obviously one of the best footballers who's ever really played in the game, to be honest. Yeah, and some of the goals that he's got were just fantastic. Next up, we have 13 Ghosts, which is a fun movie. I think this is a good 60s horror movie, but the effects don't hold up well at all, unfortunately, and I don't think it's that scary. But it's an entertaining film for what it is, and I do enjoy the concept. Gonna go through a few more comments. We've got David Beach saying The Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka is an amazing movie, 1971. Yep, definitely one of my favourites there, mate. We've got David Beach saying, Scott, you have amazing movies. Did you like Johnny English 3, mate? I haven't seen any of the Johnny English films, if I'm being honest, unfortunately, mate, but we'll check him out. And we got Brandon saying weird like you. Wow, thank you so much, Brandon. And yeah. Oh, that was quite funny, to be fair, Brandon. And yeah, Greasy Strangler is really weird. Next up, we got Personal Shopper, which is a film that I've heard's actually meant to be really good. I haven't watched it yet, unfortunately, but I do like Kirsten Stewart as an actor, and yeah, looking forward to checking this one out. Next up, we got Empire of the Sun, which is one of Steven Spielberg's films, I believe, and I believe it also stars a very young Christian Bale in this movie. Haven't seen this film yet, but I've heard this meant to be a really good film. Do definitely want to check it out. Next up, we've got Sharp Objects, which is a TV series starring Amy Adams. This was done by HBO. Heard really good things about this one, but I haven't checked out yet, so I definitely need to watch it at some point. Next up, we have Prom Night, which is an 80s slasher starring Jamie Lee Curtis. I haven't seen this one yet, but it's a horror classic I definitely need to check out soon. Really looking forward to watching this one. Next up, we have a football Blu-ray, and that is a season review of Liverpool 2020 2021. I know I am a Chelsea fan, but I do also follow Liverpool and Arsenal as well. But my number one club is still Chelsea. But yeah, this was a decent season. I really enjoyed watching this, even though Liverpool didn't have the best season. Obviously, this was during the COVID time, so there wasn't any fans at the time. But yeah, they still had played some great football, and some of the goals were fantastic. And next up, we got another wrestling Blu-ray, and that is SummerSlam 2022. Again, another really great pay-per-view. The Brock Lesnar match versus Roman Reigns was really good from what I remember. But just the one where Brock Lesnar sort of drive that tractor and like move the ring up. I think that might have been this one, or was that Clash at the Castle. It was either this or Clash at the Castle. But yeah, this was really fun. Did have a great time watching this. Next up, we have another Liverpool season review, and that's 2019-2020. This was a really great season review. Watching this back was really entertaining. Obviously, it has one of their most iconic football matches of all time when they done that absolute miracle against Barcelona, won 4-0 to go through to the Champions League final. Just what a match that was! Absolutely iconic, and yeah, just great stuff. Next up, we have another wrestling Blu-ray, and that is WrestleMania 2022. Amazing pay-per-view here. It was really great to see Stone Cold Steve Austin come back for this one. He's one of my favourite wrestlers of all time. And when he came back, I was just like, yes, this is awesome. Really great hype moment of 2022 there for wrestling. And yeah, just really entertaining. Next up, we've got Monty Python and Life of Brian, which is a really funny comedy movie, an absolute classic, a classic British movie. And yeah, just some great stuff in this film. Going to go through a couple more comments. We got David saying, did you enjoy the Tom and Jerry movie from 2021? In all honesty, I didn't watch it because I heard it was absolutely terrible, so I didn't bother watching it. But I do like Tom and Jerry reanimated show. We've got David Beach saying, do you like the Twilight movie, Scott? Haven't seen them, mate. I don't really plan to, if I'm being honest, either. And we got Brandon saying WWE, nice. I thought you'd be happy with those, Brandon. I know you're a big wrestling fan as well. Next up, we've got Blazing Saddles, which I've heard is a really funny Mel Brooks film. I haven't checked this one out yet, but I really do plan to. Yeah, I've heard it's really funny, and I do like Mel Brooks as a director, so yeah, we're definitely looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have a Northern Entry, which stars Ray Liotta, rest in peace for him, what an actor, and Kurt Russell, two great actors there. This is a fantastic sort of like, I think this is an action thriller, from what I've heard. And yeah, it's a really fun and entertaining movie from the 90s, so I really do want to check this one out. Next up, we have two really fun funny comedy films here, Bad Neighbours 1 and 2. Not amazing films, but they are quite entertaining for what they are. I remember them having some really funny moments in them, to be fair. The cast has decent cast in both these films as well, and yeah, they're just a fun time. Next up, we have the X-Men collection. This is the original 8 movies, so this comes with X-Men, X-Men 2, X-Men Last Stand, Orange is Wolverine, First Class, then X-Men Wolverine, Days of Future Past, and then Apocalypse. And I really enjoy some of these movies, and there's some of these movies I don't enjoy. My favourites would be the first one, X-Men 2, then First Class and Days of Future Past. Wolverine's alright, just a little bit boring. Oranges is not a great film, has some really terrible CGI moments in that, but it's not bad. X-Men Last Stand I actually always really enjoyed. I think that's quite an underrated film, although I do get why people dislike that film. And X-Men Apocalypse I'm not a fan of. I couldn't get into that movie, unfortunately. Next up, we have a 4K limited edition set of the 2018 Halloween movie. Haven't seen this one yet, but I've heard that this was a decent Halloween film. I've heard that the new Halloween trilogy sort of like got some mixed films in it, and there's some very mixed opinions on these 3 films, so I'm sort of skeptical about watching them, but I'm still looking forward to giving them a go. Next up, we have the Matrix trilogy in 4K. I haven't watched the 4K transfers yet, but I have seen these three films. The first one is great, even though it is sort of hard to understand, and you do have to really pay attention to understand what's going on. But the action is incredible, and I think it's a really cool, stylish movie. The second one, I really didn't enjoy. Although there was a really great scene, that action scene, on the road was excellent. That's the best part of the movie for sure. And the third one, I remember really, really disliking. Can't remember too much about it, but I do want to give them another rewatch just see if they improve. But the first one is great, so happy to own all three. Next up, we have the 4K Arrow edition set of Demons films, Demons 1 and Demons 2. I absolutely adore the first Demons film. It's one of my favourite 80s horrors. Just such a cool 80s movie. Has great effects in it, and the demons look absolutely incredible. And yeah, just a really fun movie. The second one is okay. It's a decent sequel, but it's not great. Next up, we have Westworld Season 3. Again, haven't seen this show yet, but I do plan to. This is one of the weaker series in the series, but I do want to, in the show, sorry, but I do want to give it a watch. And there is Season 1 of Westworld, and I've heard that this is absolutely incredible piece of TV series. So yeah, definitely want to give this a watch, and yeah, looking forward to checking it out. Next up, we have the 4K, and there goes some more of my films. The 4K set of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Actually, only ever seen the first movie, but the first movie is really, really good. It's not one of my favourite movies ever, unfortunately. I do think it's a little bit overrated. But cinematography, the fight scenes, and all the filmmaking aspects are absolutely sensational. I just think that the film is a little too long and is a little bit boring in certain scenes. But other than that, it's still a really good movie. I still really like it, and I am looking forward to watching the sequels at some point. We got Brandon saying Halloween boo. I'm assuming he's not a massive fan of Halloween films. And next up, we got True Romance on 4K, which is one of my favourite movies ever. Really, really love this film. It's got some of my favourite scenes in cinema history in there. The cast is stacked. You got Christian Slater, who's one of my favourite actors of all time. You got Patricia Arquette, who's excellent. Dennis Hopper, Val Kilmer, Gary Oldman, Brad Pitt, and Christopher Walken. What an absolute amazing cast that is. And yeah, this film is just so good. The main theme in this film is fantastic as well, and yeah, the 4K transfer is really good. Next up, we have Body of Evidence, which is an erotic thriller, I think, starring Madonna. I haven't seen this movie yet. I've heard it's okay, but not great. I do really want to check out though, because it does look quite interesting. Next up, we have Tigerland, which is a war movie, I believe. And yeah, I've heard good things about this one. This one will be quite underrated. I do plan on checking this one out quite soon, because I've heard this one will be quite tense. Next up, we have Kill List, which is meant to be a really great underrated British movie. I've heard that this is really, really good. I definitely need to check this out soon. I'm looking forward to watching it. Next up, we've got Raw, which stars what's her name? Doesn't say on the front cover, unfortunately. But yeah, this is I've heard this is a fantastic film. I think it's about cannibalism, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I've heard that this is meant to be a really great, well-made movie, and I do plan on checking this out soon. Next up, we have When Worlds Collide, which is a really fun sci-fi movie from the 50s, sort of disaster movie. Yeah, but some effects don't hold up, and it definitely looks quite dated now, admittedly, but it's still a really entertaining film, and I quite enjoyed it for what it was. Next up, we have The English Patient, which is again another film that I've yet to see, but I believe this won Best Picture in '96, I want to say, or '97. And yeah, it stars Ralph Fiennes, who is a fantastic actor. And yeah, I definitely need to check this movie out soon, because I've heard it's really, really good. We got Brandon saying Lord of the Rings is good. Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, mate. It's an absolute classic movie. We've got David Beach saying, are you looking forward to the next Lord of the Rings movies coming soon? I didn't even know they was making more Lord of the Rings films, to be fair, but I think it is a bit too soon, if I'm being honest. I think they should have left it a bit longer before making a new trilogy, if it is a trilogy of films. We got Jackson saying Raw is great. I prefer Titane from that director though. Oh, that's fair enough, mate. Glad you enjoyed Raw, and I've read Titane is great as well. So saying we're seeing with Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper and True Romance is an acting masterclass, absolutely brilliant scene. Yeah, 100% agree. That is one of my favourite scenes of all time. Got David saying Lord of the Rings movies are amazing and Hobbit. Yeah, I really need to get on with those sequels, to be fair. Next up, we have The Internship, starring Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn, which is a comedy film I'm yet to see, but I've heard it's really, really funny, so I do really want to check this film out, because I really do like Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson in comedy films. Films like Wedding Crashers, which they were both in as well. Yeah, they've been in some really good funny films, so I want to check that one out. Next up, we have The Gambler, which stars Mark Wahlberg and Brie Larson. I've heard really good things about this one as well. I haven't checked out yet, unfortunately. I think it's about gambling. Obviously, being called The Gambler sort of gives it away, I suppose. But I think it's a piece drama, is it as well? I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, but I heard good things about it. Do want to check it out. Next up, we have Book of Monsters. I've got to give a big shout out to Nigel for What God 2004 here for recommending this movie to me. And yeah, this is signed by the actress and director. And yeah, this film is absolutely incredible. It's one of my favourite modern horror movies. I think the practical effects on some of the monsters look absolutely insane. And some of the kills and gore just look fantastic as well. And I think the main character in this is really likeable as well. It's just a really cool, fun movie. Reminds me a little bit of Evil Dead and films like that from the 80s. So yeah, if you haven't seen this, definitely check out. I highly, highly recommend this one. Next up, we have Bones and All, which I've heard is a really good movie. I've been meaning to check this out for quite some time now. I believe this is also another film to do with rawness and the to do with cannibalism as well, stuff like that. And yeah, I've heard this is meant to be really tense and well-made movie, so I do want to watch that one. Next up, we have the Rocky 4 4K Knockout Collection in 4K. Really love these movies. I watched Rocky 3 and 4 with theatrical cut in 4K, and they look absolutely incredible. So I'm really looking forward to watching the others in 4K. My favourite franchise of all time, I've said that enough, but yeah, I absolutely adore these movies. Just such an inspirational franchise with some inspirational characters. And yeah, the scripts are fantastic, and I absolutely love the stories as well. Just such a good franchise. Next up, we have Paddington 2 in 4K, which is a really great and sweet little charming film here. I absolutely adore this film. Thought it was a great movie. Really great family movie. Would highly recommend this movie. Definitely just a great time. Next up, we have Mardi Gras Massacre, which is a strange movie, but I quite enjoyed it actually for what it was. It's quite gory in certain scenes as well. But yeah, it's a fun movie. This one just a bit weird. Next up, we have the first Panther movie. This one's on Blu-ray. This is also a fantastic movie. I think the second one is a little bit better, but this is just a really good, also sweet, charming movie with fantastic performances. And yeah, it's just a sweet film. Next up, we got another WWE Blu-ray from last year, and that is Clash at the Castle, which was obviously the first big main event pay-per-view set in the UK after 30 years. Rolled on Money in the Bank for this year, which is obviously set in London, which is awesome. So yeah, can't wait to pick that up on physical media. But yeah, this was an amazing pay-per-view. The wrestling match between Drew McIntyre and Roman Reigns was excellent. There's some really good matches on this one. So yeah, awesome stuff if you're a wrestling fan. Next up, we have a remake of 13 Ghosts, which I have similar thoughts on this one to the original. I liked it for what it was. I really like the concept with this one, just like the original, but some of the lighting, the effects absolutely done my head in this film. It was just all over the place. And yeah, I wasn't a fan of the lighting or the editing in this movie. It just gave me a headache watching it afterwards. But other than that, it was a fun little movie from the early 2000s. Nothing great, but it was fun. Next up, we have a bloody duo with Terrifier 2 film collection, which is amazing collection. I really love both these movies. The first one is a really great low budget horror film. And David, what's his name? David Thornton, I believe, as Art McClown is excellent. Just a fantastic horror icon there. And the second one is amazing. One of my favourite horror films of last year. Just a great slasher movie, and I prefer it over the first one. Has higher budget than the first movie as well. And yeah, Art McClown is just a horrible, evil little fucker, isn't he? Yeah, Art McClown is amazing. It's going to be the next big horror icon, I reckon. And yeah, some of the kills in the second one are fucking brutal. Like, wow, some of the gore in the second film is really, really gross. But yeah, great films. Next up, we have Wedding Singer, which is a great comedy, one of my favourite comedies starring Adam Sandler. Got some really great funny moments in this, and it's got some funny songs in it as well, some great tunes, and yeah, just some really great moments to it. And yeah, great comedy from the 90s. Next up, we have Electric Dreams, which is a really cool 80s romance movie. Although for the first 15 minutes of the movie, I couldn't understand what hell was happening. It really took me a while to appreciate this movie. I couldn't understand what was going on for a little while, but once I got into it and I started watching it for a bit longer, I really did get into the story, admittedly. And after watching the whole movie, I thought it was a really entertaining and fun romance movie. And the song Electric Dreams itself is an absolute banger. Next up, we have this really cool 4K Vinegar Syndrome set of Roadhouse, which is just an absolute amazing movie. One of my favourite 80s movies. Patrick Swayze is an absolute badass in this film as Dalton. Has some great lines, some of my favourite action sequences, some fantastic fight scenes. And yoy! Yes! I love that line. Just so wacky and over the top. Absolutely love it. Next up, we have Sing, which I've heard is a really fun animated movie. I do want to check this one out because I've heard really good things about it. And next up, we have Sing 2, which I've also heard is really fun and a decent sequel. Really want to check this out as well. And we got Brandon saying Rocky. He likes the Rocky films as well. Glad you enjoy them. We got Brandon saying 13 Ghosts saying shit, I think. Fair enough, mate. I can totally understand that. Got Sai saying, but practical effects and Terrifier to beat any CGI, in my opinion. Yeah, that's fair enough. I totally agree. Having caught Brandon saying too many 80s films. Fair enough, Brandon. I love 80s films personally. They're some of my favourite films, to be fair. But there is a lot of modern ones as well, in 90s and 70s and all stuff like that. And this one is a film called Streets of Gold, which is a really underrated boxing movie from the early 90s, I want to say, starring Wesley Snipes. Yeah, this was actually really fun, I thought. Really cool story, and yeah, just a really entertaining time. Next up, we have Uncommon Valor, which is a really underrated war movie from the 80s, starring Gene Hackman. I want to say Patrick Swayze's in this one as well. And yeah, this was actually a really good movie. Had some really good action in it, and yeah, I really enjoyed it overall. Next up, we have McVicker, which is another great 80s movie. This is a British movie starring Roger Daltrey in a prison, and yeah, this is just a fantastic film. Really, really enjoyed it, and he gives an excellent performance in it. Next up, we have The Abyss, DVD on this edition. I like the DVD itself, but the picture quality on it is absolutely abysmal, which is a shame because I absolutely love this movie, and the effects in the film I think are fantastic. So this is a film that really needs either a Blu-ray or 4K release. because this film is absolutely incredible. It's one of my favourite James Cameron movies, and yeah, it's just really, really good. Next up, we have Thank You for Smoking, which I've heard is a really entertaining film from the mid-2000s. I think this is a gangster movie from what I've heard. And yeah, this is a really good movie from what I'm aware. So definitely looking forward to watching this one. Got Brandon saying Sing is good. Awesome, mate. Glad you enjoyed it. I do want to check it out, that's for sure. Next up, we have Watchers, which is a really great 80s horror film starring Corey Haim, who's one of my favourite actors. Rest in peace to him. Yeah, this was just a really fun movie. Good monster movie. Got some really cool scenes in it, and yeah, it's just a really entertaining time. Next up, we have Let Him Have It, which I think might be Spanish release, I want to say. And yeah, this is a fun prison movie, really quite tense at times. And Christopher Eccleston gives a fantastic performance in this movie. And yeah, it's just a really good film. Next up, we've got Alive, which is a really depressing and big movie. I think this is based on a true story as well, I want to say. And it's based on cannibalism, and some of the things that happen in this movie just really upsetting. But it is a really, really great film, really well made and well acted. It's just, some of the scenes that go on in this film just really hard to watch, but it is really well made. Great film there. Next up, we have Panic Room, which is a really great thriller directed by David Fincher. A great performance from Jodie Foster, and Kristen Stewart gives a really great performance in this film as well. Actually, I think this might have been her first performance. Maybe, I'm not 100% sure on that. That was definitely one of her earlier ones anyway. And yeah, this is just a really fun claustrophobic feeling movie, and yeah, I really enjoyed this one. Next up, we have Clue Remover, which is obviously based off the game Cluedo, and I've heard that this is actually really cool murder mystery kind of film. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately, but I know there's a lot of people really like this film, so I need to check it out. Next up, we've got The Faculty, which is a really, really good, fun 90s horror sci-fi movie. It's definitely more horror and sci-fi, but yeah, it's a really entertaining film. Has a great cast. You've got Josh Hartnett, Elijah Wood, Laura Harris as well. Yeah, just some great actors in this film, and it is a really cool movie. I've always really enjoyed this one. Gonna go through a few more comments. Got Jackson saying, I don't think Ibis is available on Blu-ray in the US. I'll have to order it from overseas. Yeah, definitely. It's a shame that it's not on Blu-ray in many countries, because I'd love to have it on Blu-ray. We got Fembo Cinema, hello mate, saying, I'm glad I'm not the only one still loving physical media. All local stores are slowly erasing them. Yeah, I have noticed that, unfortunately, which is a real shame. But yeah, I absolutely adore physical media, mate, and I'll keep collecting until the day I die, to be honest. We got David saying, Bodel's movie, Patrick Swayze, amazing actor. Dirty Dancing and Ghost, he was the best actor in the 80s and 90s, amazing actor. Awesome, mate. Really glad you enjoy his work, and yeah, I do agree. Some of these films are incredible. I haven't seen Dirty Dancing yet, admittedly, but I do need to check it out. Ghost is great, though. Next up, we have the 4K set of Wolf of Wall Street. We have a set. This is one of my favourite films of all time. This is possibly my favourite Martin Scorsese movie. Yeah, the performances in it are fantastic. Has some of my favourite scenes in cinema history, and of course, it's got Margot Robbie in it as well, so you can't go wrong there. I've heard the 4K transfer is really, really good, so I do need to check it out. Next up, we have Back to the Future trilogy in 4K. I've only ever seen the first movie in full. I've seen parts of 2 and 3, and what I've seen of them I do enjoy. But the first one is an all-time classic. Obviously starring Michael J. Fox as Marty McFly. And yeah, it's just such a great sci-fi time travel movie. I really, really enjoy it. And yeah, some of the music is great in it. Obviously, Power of Love by Huey Lewis and the News is an iconic song. And yeah, Christopher Lloyd as Doc is just excellent as well. Such a bad impression. I can never get that impression right. And there goes a lot more of my films, but never mind. Next up, we got a Alfred Hitchcock 4K collection. This comes with Rear Window, Vertigo, Psycho, and Birds. The only one I've actually seen is Psycho, which is an amazing film, one of my favourite horror films of all time. That iconic scene in the shower is just incredible. Heard great things about the other movies, and I've heard that Vertigo is going to be one of the best 4K transfers ever as well, so I'm looking forward to checking that film out in 4K. Next up, we've got the Mad Max Anthology collection in 4K. I haven't seen any of these movies in 4K yet, but I absolutely adore this franchise. The third one, Beyond Thunderdome, is the only one I'm not a massive fan of, but the first one's a great 70s movie. Really enjoyed that one. Second one, Bide Warrior, is just such a fantastic action movie, and it's one of my favourite action films of all time. And Fury Road, I feel the same way. It's one of my favourite action films of all time. It doesn't really give you a chance to breathe in that movie. It doesn't stop. Just non-stop action from start to finish, and it is fucking great. Gonna go through a few more comments. Got Sinjin saying the best time travelling movie ever. Yeah, I can't really argue with that, mate. It's a classic for sure. Got Sai saying, I think that I'm the only person who doesn't like Wolf of Wall Street. Oh, that's fair enough, mate. It's a shame that you didn't enjoy it, but yeah, thank you for sharing your opinion on that, because it's cool to see someone that dislikes it. And Fembo Cinema, this is randoms, but I feel like you would do great of a Traitors reality show. Would you ever do reality TV? Probably not, if I'm being honest. I don't fancy going on reality TV anytime soon, but yeah, thank you, I guess. And yeah, it's always great to hear people's different opinions on films. That's why I love being in the movie community, just talking to all you guys in the chat, because it's always great to hear unpopular opinions that may be unpopular. It's just really great to hear all your opinions. I love it. We got David saying Back to the Future movies are amazing movies in the 80s. Michael J. Fox, best movies. Yeah, definitely, I agree. We got Roddy saying, I can't wait to own John Wick 4 on 4K. Absolutely perfect movie. Yep, I can't disagree with that. It's my favourite movie of the franchise, and yeah, I would definitely get that on 4K. We got Fanboy Cinema saying, great, Scott. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. And we got Bandit saying, of course you would say that. Yeah. Next up, we got My Stepmother is an Alien, which I've heard is a really funny comedy film. I really do want to check this film out. I love Dan Aykroyd. He's so funny. And also stars Kim Basinger as well, who I really like as an actress. And yeah, I really want to watch this one. Got Bandit saying Back to the Future is really good. Did they were going to make a new one? I think they were going to make a new one, but I'm glad that they haven't made it yet, because I think it's perfect as it is. It's a film that shouldn't be remade. It doesn't need to be remade, in my opinion, because it's perfect as it is. And next up, we have Southland Tales, which I've heard is an okay film. I don't know too much about this, if I'm being honest. I got this as a Christmas present, but got a cool cover. Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Saul Williams Scott, and Sarah Michelle Gellar in it, so it's got a good cast. Yeah, hopefully I'll enjoy this one. Next up, we got Caddyshack, which is a classic 80s comedy. I really need to watch this film. I've heard it's absolutely fantastic. It's absolutely iconic movie, and yeah, I just really need to watch this film. Next up, we have All My Friends Hate Me, which I've heard is a really impactful and powerful movie, and yeah, I really need to watch this film, because I've heard amazing things about it. Next up, we have the Universal Monsters, the Universal Collection, which comes with obviously Dracula, Frankenstein, the Mummy, Invisible Man, Bride of Frankenstein, Wolfman, Phantom of the Opera, and Creature from the Black Lagoon. Surprisingly, I haven't seen any of these films either, but I really do plan on checking these films out. I've heard that they're really, really fun, and obviously they're iconic, and I do love some of these characters, so yeah, really need to watch them. Next up, we have an indicator box set of Irreversible, which is a really well-made film, but some of the way it's filmed can give you sort of a headache, if I'm being honest. and there's some really horrible scenes to watch in this film. This is a really hard film to watch. It is a well-made film, and I do like it, but oh man, it is brutal in some scenes. Next up, we have a really cool box set of Gamma Showa era and East High Sea era, and when you put them together, they sort of like make this really cool picture, which is awesome. I haven't seen any of these movies yet, but I've heard they're meant to be really fun monster movies, so I do want to check them out. And I just love the box sets to them. Next up, we have Urban Legend Trilogy. Again, these are films that I haven't seen, but I've heard they're meant to be quite fun slasher films. I've heard the first one's meant to be pretty good anyway, but the second one I've heard's okay as well. I've heard the third one is absolutely terrible. So I'm looking forward to giving these guys, but I haven't heard great things about the sequels. Next up, we have Alfred Hitchcock Collection on Blu-ray, which comes with so many Hitchcock films. I believe there's 15 films in this collection. And the only film I've seen if his is actually Psycho, unfortunately. But I really need to check out some of the others like Rape and Topaz. I've heard is good. Obviously, Rear Window, Romano Knew Too Much. And yeah, I just really need to watch some more of these films. But Psycho was excellent. Going to go through a few more comments. And Sinjin says, can't do Back to the Future without Fox. 100% agree with you there, mate. And we got Fanboy Cinema saying Back to the Future seems to be the only one they will not touch for make or reboot. Yeah, and I can understand why, to be honest. And we got Brandon saying Mad Max is really good. Yep, totally agree with you there, Brandon. And we got Jackson saying Southland Tales is from Richard Kelly, right? It is covered in a few Blu-rays, so I won't get it back out, but I'm pretty sure it is, if I remember correctly. Got Roddy saying I don't know Back to the Future, 3.5 out of 5 for me. No worries, Roddy, we're all entitled to our own opinions at the end of the day, but I'm still glad you enjoyed it somewhat though. And we got Jackson saying Irreversible is the most disturbing film I've ever seen. Tunnel Scene gave me a panic attack. Yeah, it is pretty brutal, and that scene is absolutely horrific. Yeah, I don't think I'll be watching it anytime soon, if I'm being honest. Got Fanboy Cinema saying, do you like May? Do you have like a May Poppins bag? You are pulling these from? No, I don't. These are all on the floor, and some of them have been on my sofa. And we got Fanboy Cinema saying those Gamma sets are gorgeous. I just got into the older ones. Awesome, mate. That's fair enough. Next up, we have the Breaking Bad complete series on Blu-ray, and this is an absolutely fantastic show. I think it's really, really great TV show, one of my favourites. And yeah, the writing in this is absolutely incredible. One of the best TV shows you'll probably ever see, and the characters in it are really well developed and well written as well. Yeah, this show's just fantastic, really. Next up, we have another Alfred Hitchcock Blu-ray collection, and this one comes with Darwin from Murder, North by Northwest, and Strangers on a Train. Again, 3 films that I really need to check out, especially North what's it called? North by Northwest. That's it. And yeah, it's great fun. Really need to check these movies out. Next up, we have a massive box set, and I really should check this out because I've had this for ages and still not watched it. But that is the complete series of Supernatural. Heard really good things about this. Sorry about the glare there, everyone. Try to get as least amount of glare as I can. But yeah, I heard that this is a really good TV show. I think it's sci-fi. I've heard some of the songs in this show, and some of the songs are absolutely excellent. I've got a week off work next week, so I might watch some of the episodes then, because there's a lot of watching with this series. And next up, we've got Thugs of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima, which I really enjoyed both of these films. I believe Thugs of Our Fathers is the American one, and the Letters from Iwo Jima is the Japanese one. Both directed by Clint Eastwood as well, I believe, and 2 very good war movies. I really enjoyed both of these ones. Next up, we have the first 3-4 movies. I've only seen the first one, but I did actually quite enjoy it. Yeah, the story's maybe a bit bland and isn't great, and the villain's not that good. But I really like Chris Hemsworth as Thor, and some of the action is pretty fun. Thor: The Dark World, I've heard, is a really poor sequel, and Thor: Ragnarok, I've heard, is actually a really great one of the better Marvel movies, so I really need to check those out soon. Next up, we have the Hellraiser trilogy on Arrow, which is a really cool box set. Love the first movie. I think it's an absolute classic. Even though some of the effects don't hold up that well, I really enjoy the concept, and I think Warwick Pinhead's not in it that much. When he is in it, he is a really good villain. And yeah, just a really fun 80s movie. The second one is actually a really good sequel. I enjoy the second one a lot. And when I watched the first movie, I actually hated it. I couldn't get into it at all, unfortunately. But I think it's one of those movies that you need to sort of watch going into it, thinking it is going to be one of those sort of so bad it's good kind of films, which I wasn't expecting when I first watched it. So maybe I need to go back and rewatch that one. Next up, we have Censor, which I've heard is a really cool horror movie from last year. I think it's sort of inspired by a lot of the video nasties that came out back in the 80s and 70s. And yeah, just said really good things about this film. Really looking forward to checking it out. Next up, we have Blue Thunder, which is a really cool action movie. Boyce Rider is fantastic in this film. Just a really cool 80s movie here. Really enjoyed this one. And we got gonna go through some more movies. We got Rhodey saying Magic Cat is Scott's movies. We got Brandon saying Fanboy Cinema. Scott has a lot of films on his floor. Yes, I sure do. There's so many films here, mate. And we got Sai saying Strangers on a Train is so good. That is great to hear. I look forward to checking that out, mate. And we got Sinjin saying Hellraiser is one franchise that I'm not too keen on. That's fair enough, mate. I can totally understand that. And we got Jackson saying I love the first Hellraiser. I haven't seen any other dozens of sequels yet, but I've heard 2 is good. Yeah, the second one is good, to be fair, Jackson. Hope you enjoy it. We got Sinjin saying Airwolf or Blue Thunder. I haven't seen Airwolf yet, so I can't really say, but I do like Blue Thunder a lot. Next up, we got Near Dark, which is a really cool vampire film from the late 80s. I really like the main character in this. I think he's a really likeable character, and Bill Paxton is great in this as one of the vampires. Rest in peace to him. What an actor he was. And yeah, this has got some really good music in it as well. It's just such a great vampire movie. This, I love this film. Next up, we have Thief, which stars James Caan. Rest in peace to him as well. This is one of my favourite 80s films. I thought this was a really great thriller with a sort of revenge kind of movie. The ending is absolutely insane. The score is absolutely incredible. Some of the best music I've heard in a film. And yeah, it's really, really tense in scenes, and some of the cinematography is absolutely beautiful as well. Next up, we have another Liverpool season review, and that is 2021 and 2022. This was a really good season for Liverpool. This was obviously when they come close to winning the quadrilogy of trophies, but come short in the end, unfortunately. But yeah, they had some really good matches in this, and it had some great goals in there as well. But next up, we got another season review, and this one's for my actual team, and that is Chelsea season review 2021-2022. This was a really good season, had its ups and downs, but there were some really positive moments as well. I believe we win a cup. I think we did. What did we win? The UEFA Super Cup. That was it, which was really cool. And yeah, we came really close in the Champions League to beating Real Madrid in the quarterfinals. Just wasn't meant to be, unfortunately, but the match itself is brilliant. And yeah, good season. Next up, we've got Street Fighter, which is obviously the Van Damme movie based off the video game. And yeah, this film is really, really bad, but I love the guy who plays General. Is it General Bison? Is that how you pronounce his name? In this film, he was absolutely hilarious. Yeah, it also stars Kylie Minogue as well. This is a really bad movie, but really entertaining as well. I quite enjoyed this movie for what it was. Next up is Deadly Games, which I've heard is a decent horror film. I've heard really good things about it. I do really want to check this one out. Don't know what it's about, but I'm looking forward to watching it. Next up, we got Animal Factory, which is a really decent prison sort of drama. are really bleak in places, but it is very well acted, and I do enjoy this movie. Next up, we have Suburbia, which is I only got this because of the cover. It looks kind of cool, and I like the title, so I bought it for that. And yeah, I haven't got around to watching this movie yet, but I've heard this one to be pretty fun. So yeah, I do want to give this a go. Next up, we got Climax, which is a fantastic film directed by Gaspar Noé. This is one of my favourite foreign language movies. A fantastic French movie. Really cool concept, really wacky and out there, and it is just absolutely mental movie. And I just have a fantastic time with it. Next up, we have the original Crazies, directed by George A. Romero. Haven't seen this one yet. It's one of the few George A. Romero films I've yet to see, but I do want to check it out because I'm a big George A. Romero fan. Obviously, directing Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead, some of my favourite horror films of all time, and Night of the Living Dead and stuff like that. Next up, we have The Exorcist 3, which I've heard is an amazing sequel. I really need to get around to watching this. That jump scare is absolutely incredible. I have seen the iconic jump scare, which everyone talks about, and that scene is just fantastic. So if any of the movie is good as that, I'm in for a treat. Next up, we've got Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which is a really fun sort of trippy movie starring Johnny Depp and how do you pronounce his name? Benicio del Toro, I think is how you pronounce his name. Yeah, this is a really fun movie. It's got a cool concept, and yeah, just a classic film from the 90s. Next up, we've got a director I haven't checked out any of his films yet, but this is a full film set of Fellini. I can't remember his first name off the top of my head, but this has 8.5. La Dolce Vita, Juliet of the Spirits, and I can't pronounce the last one, unfortunately. Levtion, is that how you pronounce it? I'll probably butchered that, but sorry if I have. But yeah, 8.5 and the Dolce Vita I've heard absolutely incredible, so really looking forward to watching those. Next up, we have Chernobyl, which is a mini-series that came out a few years ago. I only watched the first episode. I really need to get back to this because I've heard that this is one of the best mini-series you're ever going to see. And yeah, from what I saw, it was absolutely incredible. Obviously, it's based off a true story on what happened with Chernobyl. And yeah, it's apparently from what I heard, it's absolutely fantastic. And I don't know too much about what happened, so watching this will definitely make me learn a lot about what actually happened. So yeah, looking forward to watching it. I've heard it's going to be really accurate. Next up is Notorious, which is a really fun movie based on Notorious B.I.G.'s life, who was a fantastic rapper. And yeah, this is a really fun and entertaining biopic. I really enjoyed this one. Got great music, obviously, and I thought we had to have played Biggie Smalls in this, which is fantastic as well. Next up, we have Kidulthood, which is a really cool British movie. Really enjoyed this film. Thought it had some great scenes in it. Some of the action in it is really cool, and yeah, it's quite violent in places. It definitely doesn't hold back with violence, but it is a very good film. Next up, we have one of my favourite 90s action movies, and that is Con Air. Well, can you put a bunny back in the box? That is such a great line. This is such a quotable film. On any other day, that might seem strange. Yeah, Nicolas Cage is just so great in this film. Also, John Cusack and John Malkovich. John Malkovich is Cyrus the Virus is so good. What a villain he is. And yeah, As I Live by the Ambimes is a really great song as well. I don't mind that song. Not one of my favourites, but it is a classic song and it really fits for the film, I think. Next up, we have Saving Private Ryan, which is one of my favourite war films of all time and one of my favourite films of all time. Probably in my top 10 of all time. Steven Spielberg did a great job directing this film. The opening scene is one of the best scenes in cinema history. It's absolutely brutal and it's just fantastic to see what a scene that is. And yeah, this is a really emotional movie as well, and it has some fantastic performances in it, especially from Tom Hanks and Tom Sizemore. Rest in peace to Tom Sizemore. It's a shame what happened to him earlier this year, but yeah, what a film. Next up, we have Quadrophenia, which is also in my top 10 films of all time. This is one of my favourite movies. I absolutely adore the soundtrack as well. It's one of my favourite albums done by The Who. And I think the music fits really well with the movie as well, because obviously if you listen to the album, it sort of tells the stories. And I think the songs it played really well in certain parts of the film and go really well with it. And yeah, the performances are fantastic, and it's just a really great film about the gangs of mods and rockers. Yeah, just the classic British film that I really, really love. Next up, we have The Incredibles, which is a fantastic animated movie. One of my favourite Pixar films. Grew up watching this when I was a kid. It's got some great characters in it, and it's just such a great time. Going to go through a few more comments. Got David Beach saying Mad Max's amazing movies in the 80s. Mel Gibson, one of his best, and Braveheart. Yeah, definitely 100% agree with you there, mate. We got Jackson saying that Near Dark Blu-ray cover seems to be copying the Twilight aesthetic for vampires. A bit misleading for a movie, but anyway, I love that film. Yeah, definitely, I agree. To be fair, and yeah, it's a fantastic film. I can't argue with that either. We got Sinjin saying Bill Paxton was great in everything. What an actor he is, so missed. Yeah, I totally agree with you there, mate. We got David Beach saying Street Fighter, a good movie like the game. Kylie Minogue, amazing actor and singer. Yeah, Kylie Minogue was a good singer. I enjoyed some of her songs back in the day, and yeah, just a really fun movie. We got Jackson saying, does the Arrow Exorcist 3 come with the director's cut? I recommend watching it over theatrical. I believe it does come with the director's cut, I think. So, yeah, I'll have to check out the director's cut. Cheers for the suggestion, Jackson. And we got Sinjin saying, Quadrophenia is so iconic, I need to watch that again. It is definitely iconic, definitely. I got Harry Drude saying, hello, mate, by the way, Harry, hope you're doing well. Saying, I'm from Scotland, so I love Braveheart. Awesome, mate. Braveheart is a fantastic film. We got Rhodey saying, I do not like Lethal Weapon. That's fair enough, mate. No worries. Next up, we have a Slumby Party Massacre, which is a really fun, cheesy sort of 80s slasher film here. Really cool to see a killer with a drill in this movie, which you don't see that often. So that's really cool. And yeah, it's just a really fun movie. It's not great. And it's definitely got some poor acting in it, but overall it's a fun time. Next up, we have Ticket to Paradise, which I was planning to watch quite soon, to be fair. And this obviously is a romance movie, and it stars George Clooney and Julia Roberts, who are two actors that I really, really like. And yeah, I like romance movies from time to time, so I'm looking forward to giving this a go. Next up, we have a double pack of House of a Thousand Corpses and The Devil's Rejects, both directed by Rob Zombie. I've only seen House of a Thousand Corpses, which I actually thought was really good. I thought it was a little bit weird, and some of the lighting effects I wasn't too keen on. But I think the acting is pretty cool, and it has some really great creepy scenes in it, and some of the kills are good as well. So, and I've heard Devil's Rejects is really good, so I'm looking forward to watching that as well. Next up, we have Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, which I've heard is one of David Bowie's best movies. Haven't watched this one yet, but I do love David Bowie as a singer. I've heard he's pretty good in this movie as an actor as well, so I do really need to watch this film. Next up, we have Ill Manners, which was quite a tense movie. I did enjoy this one, but I thought it was a little bit overrated. I was a little bit disappointed in this movie, but it was still quite entertaining. It does have some good action overall. Next up, we have Inferno. Shout out to Mike Cinemax, man, if he watches this in the future, because I know he's a massive fan of this film. And in all honesty, this is one of my favourite Dario Argento films. I would say it's probably my second favourite after Suspiria. I think this is a really good, creepy movie. There was a couple jump scares that actually really got me in this film. And yeah, I just really enjoyed the story. Thought it was really cool. Some of the cinematography looks absolutely brilliant. And yeah, just a great 80s horror film there. Next up, we have Alvaro Mistress of the Dark, and let's go some more films. And yeah, this is a fantastic film. I thought it was absolutely amazing. Alvaro is just so funny in this film. Really cool character, and yeah, some of the music is really good as well. Just a really cool movie from the late 80s there. Next up, we have Mayor of Easttown, which is a really cool mini series. I really enjoyed watching this sort of murder mystery, and it was really, really good. Kept me on the edge of my seat till the end. And yeah, it was really, really great TV show this. So I highly recommend this if you haven't seen it before. Next up, we have Stay Tuned, which is a fantastic movie. Big shout out to Andy for recommending this film to me. This is a really, really cool 90s movie starring John Ritter. And this is just has a really, really cool concept about this guy that his wife bakes his TV because his wife's annoyed with him because all he does is watch his TV all the time. And then this sort of like devil comes to his door and gives him like this magic remote which sends him into a TV, and then from then on it just puts him into iconic scene after iconic scene in the TV. So he's actually in the film scenes in the on the television, and it's just a really, really cool movie. I don't want to say much more about it because it is a really cool film, but if you haven't watched it, definitely check it out. And the Wayne's World scene in this film is just class. Next up, we have Wild at Heart, which I've heard is a really good movie. I really, really want to check this out. It's got Nicolas Cage and Laura Dern in it, so looking forward to watching it. It's great things. Going to go through a few more comments. Got Shane Jin saying, I love the soundtrack to May Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. That's awesome to hear, mate. I'm going to check it out soon. We got Jackson saying, I love how Argento's movies just end and then fade to credits. Never any wrapping up to do, lol. Yeah, definitely, mate. I agree with you there. And we got Sinjin saying Alvaro is a great 80s movie. Yep, 100% agree with that. And we got Sinjin saying, but great John Ritter, another one that went too soon. Yep, I agree with that, mate. It's a shame that he passed away. We got Brandon saying, good stream, I'm going to bed now. Okay, no worries, Brandon. Thank you so much for joining, mate. It's great to see you in the live chat. And feel free to watch the rest on playback if you want to. Next up, we've got Casper, which is a film I haven't seen in years, but this obviously stars, what's her name? Christina Ricci, sorry. And she's a really, really great actress. And yeah, I just remember this being really fun. We saw this many times on TV when I was a kid. Can't remember too much about it. I remember certain scenes, but there's a bit about it bits about it I definitely can't remember, so I need to give this a rewatch because I haven't seen it in a very long time. Next up, we got The Exterminator, which is a really cool 80s sort of horror action movie, I guess you could say. And yeah, good revenge movie. Has some really brutal moments in this, and yeah, it's just a really cool 80s movie. I have fun with it. Next up, we have The Burning, which is one of my favourite 80s slashers films. I absolutely adore this movie. I think it's really, really cool. It has one of my favourite horror scenes. That scene on the raft on the boat, which is just fantastic. It's a really, really gory kills, and yeah, it's just so entertaining. Next up, we have Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 Arrow Blu-ray, which is a really, really fun movie. Actually, it's got some really poor acting in it, and it isn't the best. It's sort of like horror comedy, which is a really different tone to what the original was. So I can understand why people wouldn't like this film, but I had a good time with it overall. I thought it was really entertaining. Next up, we have The Long Good Friday, which is an absolutely fantastic British gangster movie here. Bob Hoskins is one of my favourite actors of all time, and I think he's absolutely sensational in this movie. Yeah, just a great film there. Next up, we have The Man with No Name trilogy. The only one that I've seen is The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, which is one of the greatest films ever made, in my opinion. What a western that is! I really need to check out the first two because I've heard that they've actually really, really good as well. So I really do need to check those out. And let's go some more by film. Sorry about that, everyone. Next up, we got Dog Soldiers in 4K, which is actually looks pretty good in 4K. And yeah, this was first time watching me when I watched it in 4K, and I absolutely loved it. Thought it was a really great movie. Really, werewolves looked really good in it, and yeah, just a really cool British movie here. Really, really fun. Next up, we have an absolute classic, and that is the 4K Arrow set of RoboCop. this is one of my favourite 80s movies. Just got some great action scenes and some brilliant iconic lines. I work for Dick Jones. Dick Jones. Yeah, that's one of my favourite lines of all time. Just he's an evil fucker as well, and he the main villain. But yeah, just absolutely fantastic movie. Some great action and just some great characters. And next up we have Almost Famous in 4K, which I haven't seen in 4K yet, but this film is absolutely fantastic. That scene on the airplane when they go to a concert is absolutely fantastic. One of my favourite scenes. Has some amazing dialogue in that film, and some of the songs in this are just brilliant. I love that scene where the song America comes on from Simon and Garfunkel. I just love that scene, and I love that song as well. Next up, we have Hunt, which I've heard is a really difficult movie to watch due to the subject matter, but I've heard it is a really, really great, well-made movie. So I'm looking forward to watching this, but I've heard it's quite hard to watch as well. Next up, we've got Hustler, which I've heard is a really great 60s movie starring Paul Newman. I really want to check this out soon, so yeah, I will get round to this one. Next up, we've got Buried, which is starring Ryan Reynolds in Coffin. I've heard really good things in this movie, and yeah, just really want to check out. It's going to be a really good thriller. Next up, we've got Funny Games. I believe this is the remake starring Tim Roth and Naomi Watts. Heard really good things about this and the original, so really need to check out both of these films, and I'll need to get the original as well on Blu-ray. Next up, we've got Woman in Gold, which I don't know too much about, but it's based on a true story and it has a decent cast, so I am looking forward to checking this movie out. Next up, we have The Crow, which is a fantastic 90s movie. Rest in peace to Brandon Lee. It's absolutely tragic what happened to him during this film. Just a freakish accident there, unfortunately. And but yeah, this film is great. It's such a really cool 90s horror movie. I really, really enjoy this film. Next up, we have The Pineapple Express, which is a fantastic comedy. I really, really enjoy this movie. Seth Rogen cracks me up in this film, and yeah, it's just got some great lines in it. Next up, we got Beverly Hills Cop 2, which is actually a fantastic sequel. Eddie Murphy is great returning in the role as Axel Foley. I need to check out a third one because I've heard that's great as well. But yeah, this is just a really fun movie. Next up, we have Birdman, which was a really well-made film. I really, really enjoyed this one, and it won Best Picture, I believe. Yeah, just a fantastic film, and it's got some great performances in it, and what a cast it has as well. Next up, we have The Fighter, which is a really good boxing movie based on a story of Mickey Ward, played by Mark Wahlberg. And yeah, this is a really good boxing movie. Really enjoyed this one. Christian Bale and Amy Adams are excellent in it as well, and yeah, looking forward to rewatching that one. Next up, we have free movie Austin Powers collection. Really, really enjoyed the first two. I think they are classic comedy films. Having the third one, I'm not a massive fan on, no, unfortunately, but the first two are great. Next up, we have The Graduate, which is a fantastic 60s movie, absolutely iconic. Dustin Hoffman gives a fantastic performance in this, and yeah, just got some fantastic songs in it, and yeah, the song Mrs. Robinson is great, and that is an iconic scene of the film as well. But I will go through a few more comments. We got St. John saying Clint Eastwood and Mel Gibson are on Casper. Oh wow, well, I completely forgot they were in that, to be completely honest. We got Sorry Bobson Exterminators put me off mid Raiders. Yep, I know we've seen you talking about there, mate. We got St. John saying Bob was brilliant in Non Good Friday. He definitely was. And we got St. John saying Dog Soldiers is the second best werewolf movie ever made. We all know what the first one is. Yep, American Werewolf, and I would agree with that. And Dog Soldiers is brilliant as well. David Beach says Long Good Friday, amazing. That movie, Bob Hoskins and Do Phones Towards Rabbit is an amazing movie. Yep, definitely agree with that. We got Sinjin saying, I will have to check out Almost Famous, mate. Definitely do that, mate. I highly recommend that film. We got Sinjin saying, With Colour Money is the sequel to Hustler. I have heard that, to be fair, and I've heard it's going to be a really good sequel, so I want to check it out. Got Sinjin saying, Are you looking forward to Beverly Hills Cop 4, Scott? I'm intrigued to see what it'd be like. I will definitely watch it, but I don't know if it's a bit too late for another sequel, but we'll see. And there he is. We got my good friend Josh from Through the Lens here. Hello, mate. And he's saying, yo, yo, yo. Good to see you here. And we got Josh saying, sorry I haven't been here. I've just finished work not too long ago. Don't worry about it, Josh. Feel free to catch up on movies that you've missed so far, mate. But if you don't want to, then that's also cool. Just thank you for joining. I really do appreciate it. And we got David Beach saying Bruce Lee's son 30 years anniversary this year. Bruce Lee's 50th anniversary this year. Two amazing actors. Yeah, definitely. I agree with you there, and it's a shame that they died so young. Next up, we have Judy, which I thought was a decent movie. Just not amazing. I'm getting a little bit fed up with these sort of biopics now. They all sort of feel kind of the same and follow the same kind of formula. But I always enjoy them, but some are definitely better than others, and some are weaker than others. And I would say this is maybe one of the weaker ones, but I still enjoyed it nonetheless. Next up, we have Twins, which is a classic 80s comedy starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito. And yeah, this is just a really cool comedy movie. I have a great time with this film. And $5 million. Yeah, Danny DeVito cracks me up in this film, and that's, for some reason, that's my favourite line of the movie. I don't know why. I think it's just the way Danny DeVito says it. It's just so funny. Next up, we have Maximum Overdrive, which is such a mad 80s movie, such a cool concept and really fun. This is a movie I actually wouldn't mind seeing the remake to. I think this would benefit from a remake. The soundtrack from AC/DC is absolutely class and fits this movie so well. Got some absolutely iconic songs in this film, and yeah, it's just an absolute blast. Next up, we've got California, which is a really underrated 90s movie starring Brad Pitt and Juliette Lewis. Really cool 90s thriller this, and yeah, I highly recommend this one to anyone that hasn't seen it before. Great film. Next up, we have Toy Soldiers, which is a really underrated 80s movie. Or was it 90s? I want to say late 80s, early 90s. I can't quite remember when it came out, but yeah, really cool movie. Set in high school, I believe, and it's about these robots. I think are they robots? Robot humans or something like that. And yeah, it's just a really cool movie. Got some really good action in it, and yeah, it's just a really good time. Next up, we got Control, which is based on I've forgotten the band's name. Joy Division, that's it. Which obviously was Ian Curtis was the lead singer of. And yeah, this is actually a really good biopic, quite an underrated one. I really enjoyed this movie. I thought the directing style of it was actually really good. And yeah, the performances in it were fantastic. So yeah, that's one of the better ones. We got Josh saying Judy is one I haven't seen and don't plan to. That's fair enough, mate. It is a good film, but I wouldn't overly recommend it, to be honest. We got David Beach saying, are you looking forward to Twins 2? Arnold Schwarzenegger, Eddie Murphy and Danny DeVito. I did not know that was happening, to be honest. Sorry, I just had to block someone there. Sorry about that. But yeah, I didn't know that was happening, but that's kind of confusing to me. I don't know why they're making a twin sequel all these years later, but I'll probably check out just because I really like the first one. We got Cy Robson saying, "Did you know that there was going to be a sequel to Twins? It was going to be called Triplets. It was going to have Eddie Murphy as the third brother. That it sounds absolutely horrific, to be fair, but it sounds interesting, I guess." We got Sinjin saying, yes, Toy Soldiers was a great movie. I remember that one. Glad you enjoyed it as well, mate. I really like that film. Next up, we got Gangster Number One, which is a really cool gangster British movie. Starring Malcolm McDowell and Paul Bettany. So really good cast. And yeah, this is really violent in places from what I remember. So yeah, I do recommend this film, but it definitely has some brutal moments in it. Next up, we have Summer of '84, which is a really cool throwback to the '80s, sort of like set in the '80s horror films, sort of very similar to Stranger Things and stuff like that. And yeah, this was a really fun movie. Remember having a really good time with this one. Didn't do anything that really blew me away, but the soundtrack was good and the acting was decent. Next, 66, which is a really great movie starring Vincent Gallo and Christina Ricci. Just such a fantastic movie from late 90s. I really need to rewatch this again because this is just such a great underrated movie. Absolutely adore this one. Next up, we have Ted, which is a really funny movie. I think this holds up quite well. I still find it to be quite funny. Seth MacFarlane as Ted is actually quite funny in this movie. This is definitely better than Ted 2 for sure. Has some great moments in it, and yeah, I really enjoy this film. Next up, we have Nocturnal Animals, which is a really decent thriller. Has a fantastic cast, and it is quite interesting. The story, I think, as well, and it executes it quite well, I think. And yeah, just an entertaining movie. Really, really enjoyed this one. Next up, we have State of Prey, which I remember really enjoying, but I can't remember too much about it. But has a really good cast. Got Russell Crowe and Helen Mirren in it, who give great performances. And yeah, it is a good film, that one. Next up, we have Perks of Being a Wallflower, which is a fantastic film. One of my favourite coming of age films. Yeah, just such a great movie. Some great lines in it, and yeah, has some great music as well. Great movie there. Next up, we have Bleed for This, which is a really underrated boxing movie. Really enjoyed this one. I think Miles Teller gives an excellent performance in it, and Aaron Eckhart is also really good in it as well. Next up, we have Perfect Storm, which is a really enjoyable disaster movie. I know a lot of people don't like this one, which I completely understand why, but I really did get a kick out of this movie. Just thought it was really entertaining for what it was, and yeah, it's not great, but I had a good time with it. Next up, we have Glass, which is definitely the weakest of the Unbreakable, Split, and Glass Shyamalan trilogy that he did. But it was okay. I liked some elements to it, but I really didn't like the ending. I thought the ending fell flat on its explanations. Some of the performances were just a little bit flat to me as well for some reason. But yeah, it's an okay movie, just not great, unfortunately. Next up, we've got Long Shot, which is quite a funny comedy, actually. I had a good time with this one. Charlie Theron and Seth Rogen were really, really funny in this film. They gave really good performances. And yeah, just a really entertaining comedy from last decade. Enjoyed that one. Next up, we have a concert, and that is Tupac live at House of Blues. And this is a fantastic concert. It just goes through all of these like classic songs, and he has some fantastic artists on there, such as Snoop Dogg and the Dog Pound, which was Corrupt Daz and Nate Dogg, and obviously his band The Outlaws at the time were there as well. And yeah, this was just such a great concert, really iconic stuff, and yeah, I love Tupac as an artist. Next up, we got Die Hard with a Vengeance, which is probably the best sequel out of the Die Hard franchise for me. I just love the back and forth banter and chemistry between Bruce Willis and Samuel Jackson's character in this movie. I think this is a fantastic film. Really, really good action movie. Some really tense scenes in it, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun. And the villain in it is fantastic as well. Next up, we've got Germany 2006 FIFA World Cup, all the goals from that year. Yeah, this was fantastic. England, again, didn't play very well, surprise there. But they've done okay in this World Cup. That goal by Joe Cole was absolutely sensational. But yeah, other than that, enjoyable World Cup. I always have fun going back to this one every now and then. Just really fun. Next up, for some reason, I have Lesbian Vampire Killers, which is a film that I used to really enjoy when I was a kid. Has James Corden in it, and yeah, I don't probably wouldn't enjoy this movie now if I watched it, but I used to like it. Used to think it was really funny, but yeah, I don't think I'd enjoy this movie now if I'm being honest. Next up, we have Unbroken, which is a really great movie, based on a true story. Really impactful and powerful, I think, and some of the performances are brilliant. Just a really great movie from 2014 there. Next up, we have Get Out, which was maybe my favourite horror film directed by Jordan Peele. I think it has a fantastic story, and I think it deals with some important messages and issues as well in this film. And it did creep me out, this movie as well. And also the score is absolutely fantastic. Just a really well made film by Jordan Peele. Great horror film there. Next up, we have There Will Be Blood, which is a film that I enjoy, but also think is a bit overrated. I think it is a very well made film, and I do appreciate it overall. But I think it is such a slow paced movie, and it can be really boring at times as well. I'm not gonna lie, but it is still a really good film, and it is well made, and the acting in it is brilliant. Next up, we have About Time, which is a really great time travel movie, and it's really emotional as well. Great romance movie. Bill Nighy gives an amazing performance in this. So does Donald Gleeson and Rachel McAdams. They're fantastic in it as well. And yeah, this film is just so good, but it is really emotional as well. Next up, we have Untouchable, which is a really fantastic foreign language film. I want to say it's a French movie, but I can't quite remember. Yeah, I believe this won a couple of Oscars, and yeah, this is just such a great film, heartwarming film, really touching story, and yeah, great movie. Next up, we have Mean Girls, which is a classic sort of like chick flick, I guess you could say. Yeah, I don't mind this movie. I think it's okay. It's definitely not great, but I enjoy it for what it is. Next up, we have Tales from the Hood 1 and 2. I've heard really good things about these movies. I haven't watched them yet, but I do plan on checking them out quite soon. They're going to be really fun horror films there. Next up, we have Training Day, which is an amazing cop movie, which starring Denzel Washington and Ethan Hawke. This is one of Denzel Washington's best performances. He's absolutely incredible in this film. Has some great one-liners in this film. King Corgan got shit on me. That line is absolutely incredible. And this film is just so good. I love this film. It's one of my favourites from the early 2000s. Need to give it another rewatch. Should get it on 4K as well. Next up, we've got Never Die Alone, starring DMX and David Arquette. This is quite an entertaining film for what I remember. I haven't seen it in many years. Has some really good action in it though, and I remember it be quite entertaining. Just gonna have a quick drink, everyone, because my throat is getting quite a bit dry after talking about all these films. So. There we go, time to get back into some more movies. Next up, we have Away Days, which was a okay football hooligan film, but I thought it was really weird as well. I thought the direction they went in was quite weird, and yeah, it just didn't make a whole lot of sense. Some of the shots in this film are quite strange as well, like the slow motion scenes just feel a bit awkward to me in this film and don't serve much purpose, if I'm being honest. But I still enjoyed it. Thought it was a good movie. Had some really good action scenes in it as well. Next up we have Was You a Foot Soldier, which is a fantastic British movie. Yeah, this is based on a true story as well. Yeah, this is brutal and violent as anything, but it's very well made. The acting is brilliant as well, and yeah, it's just such a great film. Oh, it is an interesting film. Next up, we have Solo, 100 Days of Sodom, I think is how you pronounce it, or Sodom. This is a really horrible movie. Yeah, this is a really rough watch. Some of the stuff that happens in this film, I don't even want to talk about if I'm being honest. But yeah, this is a really well-made film. But it's what a film it is. But yeah, it's really out there, and it is really hard to watch as well. So if you're going to watch it, definitely be prepared for that one. Next up, we have Argo. This is a really great film. Really enjoyed this one. Ben Affleck is a great director, and he directed this film really well. I think gives a excellent performance as well. So, and John Goodman is fantastic as well. Yeah, just a really cool fun movie. I really enjoy that one. Next up, we have an underrated Van Damme film set in a prison, and that is Death Warrant. I remember this being quite entertaining. There were some really good fight sequences, for what I can remember. I haven't seen it in many years. I don't know why it's got one of the scenes from AWOL in this movie. Maybe there was a flashback to that movie, but I honestly can't remember. It's been so long since I watched it. But yeah, really enjoyed this movie. Next up, we have Shrek, the whole story. I love these films. I even don't mind the third one. I know that's a lot of people's least favourite, including mine. It is my least favourite as well. I know a lot of people don't enjoy it, but I've always got a kick out of it for some reason. But the first two are absolute classics. I grew up watching those movies. Just got some great lines in it, great music, and absolutely brilliant. And Shrek Forever After is actually a really decent sequel as well, I think. Next up, we have dropped a Blu-ray there. This is Spinal Tap, which is an amazing movie. Really cool about this band that are trying to make it big in the music industry, and yeah, just a really cool experience. Really had a great time watching this. Highly recommend that one. And the box set that I dropped was Jason Bourne trilogy, which is a really solid trilogy. I think my favourite might be the third one, Ultimatum, but I really enjoy the first two as well. I think Matt Damon's really great as Jason Bourne, and yeah, they're just really entertaining films, and they keep you on the edge of your seat from start to finish. Yeah, I really have a great time with these films. Next up, we have Split Seconds, which was a really cool sort of like action sci-fi movie starring Rutger Hauer. I did have a really good time with this film, to be fair. And yeah, some of the action in it was pretty cool, if I'm being honest. And the monster itself is also pretty cool. So yeah, decent movie there. Would recommend that one. Next up, we have this really cool Steel Book of the Terminator. This is one of my favourite 80s films. It's absolutely iconic. It's one of Arnie's best performances. And yeah, one-liners in this are absolutely fantastic. And yeah, it's just such a great movie. Love the soundtrack. And yeah, sort of gives me some horror vibes to this film, as well as other elements to it, I would say. Next up, we have The Fan, which is a really great movie. I really enjoyed this film. Bob De Niro and Wesley Snipes are fantastic in this film, and yeah, it's quite tense, and it's a really cool baseball movie, but there is a lot more to it than that. It is quite tense. Next up, we have Night of the Demon, which is quite an entertaining 80s video nasties. Actually, I did enjoy this one. It's a little bit weird, I think, but there's some good kills in it, and yeah, it's just an entertaining time, to be fair. I really did enjoy this one. Next up, we have Killing Zoe, which is a really cool sort of like robbery movie. I believe this is a French movie, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, this is a really great movie starring Eric Stoltz. So I did have a good time with this one. Underrated movie, that one. Next up, we have Mask, which is a fantastic film based on a true story. Really upsetting in places and really powerful, but Cher and Eric Stoltz give amazing performances in this movie, but it is really sad and emotional to watch, but it is also a fantastic movie. Next up, we have Soylent Green, which I believe is set maybe in next year or this year. This year maybe, I think. I can't quite remember, but I'm not too sure what the film's about. I can't quite remember. I haven't seen it yet, obviously, but I have heard great things about it, and I've heard it's going to be quite an interesting movie, so I do want to watch that. Next up, we have Mr. Nice Guy, which is one of Jackie Chan films that I've yet to watch, but I really like Jackie Chan as an actor. And yeah, I do plan to check this one out soon, because I've heard it's going to be really fun. Next up, we have Notting Hill, which is a really great romantic comedy. I really enjoy this film. Obviously, it's got Julia Roberts and Hugh Grant in it, who are fantastic. And yeah, this is just a sweet little charming film directed by Richard Curtis. I really had a great time watching this film. Yeah, just really entertaining time. Next up, we have Pet Sematary, which is a really good 80s horror movie. This did creep me out quite a bit actually. I thought it was it still holds up quite well, and yeah, performances in it are really good as well. And yeah, some characters in this really creep me out. Next up, we've got Running on Empty, which is a really great underrated movie starring River Phoenix. This has a really cool concept about his parents that are in trouble with the FBI. So every time he goes to different school, he has to sort of like change his name so they don't catch up with them. And yeah, it's just such a fantastic film. I highly recommend this if you haven't seen it before. Next up, we have Death Trap, which stars Michael Caine and Christopher Reeve. This is a really, really good movie. I really need to check this one out. It's been recommended to me a few times, so I will definitely give it a go soon. Gonna go through a few more comments. Got Danny Dukes here. Hello, mate. Saying hi. How you all doing? I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. Thank you for joining. And we got Sinjin saying great stream, Scott. Thank you, mate. So I'm off to watch AJ fight. I'll watch the rest on catch up. Take care, mate. Have a good night. No worries, Sinjin. Thank you for watching, mate, and hope you enjoy the rest of the stream, buddy. We got David Beach saying The Terminator, one of the best movies of all time. Yeah, can't argue that, mate. It is a classic. And we got Harry Ty here. Hello, Harry, mate. Hope you're doing well. Saying, all right, Scott, are you watching WrestleMania tonight? I won't be watching it tonight, but I will definitely pick it up on physical media when it comes out for sure. But yeah, I'm all right. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for joining. Next up, we got Tiff in Doran LA, which is a revenge movie from the 80s. And I really wanted to like this one, but I really couldn't get into it, unfortunately, which is a shame because I really do like revenge movies. So it's a shame that I didn't enjoy this one. But I just found this film to be way too slow for my liking. It did drag a lot in certain scenes. And yeah, I just didn't find this movie to be that thrilling, unfortunately. Next up, we've got Ronin, which is a really cool movie. Really enjoyed this one. It's got Bob De Niro in it, and he's fantastic in this movie. He is and everything. Yeah, really cool movie. About CIA, I think. And yeah, I really enjoyed that film. Next up, we have Warheads Rex, which is a really cool 80s horror film. Some of the effects don't hold up. Some of the effects are actually quite bad, but apart from that, this is a really entertaining film that adds a cool concept as well. Next up, we have Phenomena, which is a decent Argento film. Very weird. Stars a very young Jennifer Connelly in it as well. This is a decent and well-made film, but it's a bit too weird for my taste. Next up, we have Vamp, which is a really good vampire film, quite funny in places. Grace Jones is really good as the main vampire in this movie. And yeah, it's just an entertaining time. Next up, we have Bound, which is a really great erotic thriller from the 90s, starring Jennifer Tilly and Gina Gershon. They give amazing performances in this film. And there's one scene in this film that really does stand out. I'm pretty sure you all know which scene I'm talking about. But yeah, other than that scene, this film is actually really good. It's quite tense and it's quite thrilling. And yeah, it's just really well made. I really enjoy that film. Next up, we have Mona Lisa, which I think I slightly prefer over Long Good Friday. I just thought the cinematography in this film was brilliant. I loved the costumes as well. They just looked so cool. Bob Hoskins again, absolutely brilliant. I believe Michael Caine's in it as well. Yep, he is. And yeah, this was just such a brilliant, well-made movie from the 80s, an all-time classic. What a film! Next up, we have Maniac Cop, which is a really fun movie. I thought this was really entertaining. Stars are what's his name? Bruce Campbell. That's it. Is obviously for plays Ash from the Evil Dead franchise. He's in this movie, so great to see him in it. And yeah, this isn't a great film by any means, but it's just a really fun and entertaining time. I enjoyed it a lot. Next up, we have Edge of the Axe, which is also another really entertaining 80s slasher film. Got some cool kills in this one. Got some likeable characters in it as well. And yeah, it's just a entertaining time from start to finish. Next up, we have Animara, which I don't know too much about, but I've heard this going to be okay, so I do want to check this one out. This was blind buy for me. Definitely want to watch that one. Next up, we have the complete Sartana box set. I've heard that all these films are really entertaining. These have been recommended to me a few times. I need to get into more spaghetti westerns and westerns in general, so this would be definitely a good set to get into recently. And I love the box set as well. Awesome stuff there. Next up, we have another really cool box set, and that is the Bong Joon-ho box set. He is a fantastic director, and this has some really cool films in it. You got Barking Dogs Never Bite, which I haven't seen yet, but I do plan on watching that one. You got Memories of Murder, which I've heard is one of his best. Need to watch that. And you got Host, which I've heard sort of like a creature feature sort of film. I think that's really good as well. Got Snow Pit, Mother, which I have seen, and I really enjoyed that film. Thought it was really well made. That got a really good enjoyment out of that film. And Snowpiercer I have seen, and I thought that was amazing. Really, really fantastic movie there. Really tense action in that film. And Parasite is absolutely incredible. Such a fantastic film. One of my favourite foreign language movies. And yeah, just really, really well made. I haven't seen the black and white edition, but maybe I should definitely check it out because I've heard it's pretty good. Next up, we have a TV show. These are some Christmas specials of Honey Falls and Horses collection. This has Tom Back with War Flash with Fox Legacy, Dates, and a Jolly Boys outing. All really good Christmas specials, and I think the Blu-ray transfer is actually really good. They do look pretty good on Blu-ray. It's definitely a massive upgrade from the DVDs. And yeah, I just absolutely love Honey Falls and Horses. It's probably my second favourite TV comedy of all time, but just behind Bottom there. And yeah, I just absolutely adore this show. Who doesn't like Honey Falls and Horses? And next up, we've got Beyond the Door, which I've heard is going to be quite entertaining. I haven't seen this one yet, unfortunately, but I really do want to check out. I heard it's going to be quite creepy. Next up, we have Deep Red, which is also directed by Dario Argento. And this is one of these films that I liked but didn't love. Again, it's another really slow-paced movie. I like slow-paced movies, but a lot of these films just dragged too much for me. Ones that I'm talking about tonight that are so moving, and this is another one of those movies. Unfortunately, it was just too slow for me. But the story was decent. I did find the story quite intriguing. I love the main theme to this film as well, and yeah, it's a decent movie overall. Next up, we have the Warriors VHS sort of like Blu-ray set edition here with, I think this is the original cover, I believe. Such an iconic cover, such an iconic film. One of my favourite films of all time. Grew up watching this one when I was a kid. Grew up playing the game as well, which is one of my favourite games of all time. But yeah, this is just such a cool movie about gangs. Really, really great movie. Got some great one-liners in it and some of my favourite characters as well. Just such a really great film directed by Walter Hill here. An all-time classic, and yeah, I absolutely love that film. Next up, we have the Wanderer's Steelbook, which is a really cool steelbook. I absolutely adore the artwork on this. Yeah, this is also another film I grew up watching. This is one of my favourite films as well. Another really cool film about gangs, and the music in this is sensational. It's got some really cool tracks from 60s. This is obviously set in the 60s as well. And yeah, it's got some really good fight scenes. So it's such as the Warriors, and the Warriors also has a great soundtrack as well. Yeah, two of my favourite gang movies there. Really, really great movies. Next up, we have Don't Go in the House, which is a horror film that I haven't checked out yet, but I have heard good things about it. So yeah, definitely looking forward to checking that one out. Next up, we have Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, which is a bit slow and is does drag in places, this movie, but it's a decent movie. It does feel a little bit bland at times as well, but the performances are good, the story's decent enough, and yeah, but I enjoyed it for what it was. Next up, we've got Flight, which I believe is based on a true story, I think. But yeah, this is a really great movie. Really enjoyed it. Denzel Washington was fantastic in it, and yeah, this is a really tense thriller about the plane crash, and yeah, it's just absolutely brilliant movie, really. Next up, we have X, which is the first in a Ty West trilogy. Can't wait for Maxine this year. And I thought this was a really great horror film. Sort of reminded me of the 70s slasher films like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and stuff like that. And yeah, I really loved the 70s feel and setting to this movie. Yeah, and it's just a really great slasher movie. Really enjoyed it. Next up, we have The Night at Roxbury, which is a film I watched for the first time recently and absolutely adored it. I thought this was a lot of fun. Just such a funny comedy about these two brothers who have a falling out and stuff, and they just go for, they want to sort of like make their own nightclub and have dreams of making their own nightclub. And yeah, it's just a really cool little story from the 90s and such a fun comedy movie. Has a lot of great sort of like clubbing songs from the 90s as well, which fits the tone of the movie really well. And yeah, this film's just so much fun. I absolutely adored it. Next up, we have the if I can pick it up, 4K set of Martin. I thought this was a really good film actually. I checked out for the first time recently. The 4K transfer is okay, but is very grainy in some scenes. But I guess that adds to the sort of feel of the movie because it is quite a disturbing movie. I was not expecting the ending. I feel like everyone says that when they talk about this film, but it is true. I did not expect the ending. And yeah, this is just a really different, unique take on the vampire genre. And yeah, it's just a really well-made movie from George A. Romero. Really enjoyed this film. Next up, we have the original Scarface, which I actually thought was a really solid movie. Had some good action scenes in it. Thought it holds up quite well, to be honest. And some of the acting is actually really, really good in it. So yeah, I'm glad I checked out because I really, really enjoyed this film. Next up, we have Shortcuts, directed by Robert Altman. This is a film I really need to check out. I might watch this tomorrow, actually. But what a cast it has in it. I believe it's got Robert Downey Jr. in it, and has some other amazing people in it, like Jennifer Jason Leigh, Chris Penn. I'm trying to read it off the Blu-ray, but the writing's so small, so it's hard to tell who's actually on the cover. But you've also got Andy McDowell who's in it as well, Frances McDormand. Yeah, this cast is just absolutely sensational. So yeah, cannot wait to check out this movie. I've heard it's absolutely incredible. And next up, we've got After Sun. Shout out to Josh for recommending this film to everyone because this film is absolutely incredible. It deals with some really powerful and important messages, such as depression and emotions and family and stuff like that. And yeah, the ending is really, really powerful and emotional. This is such a great movie. One of my favourites from last year. I absolutely adore this film. It's so good. Next up, we've got Chopping Mall, which is a really fun 80s comedy. It took me a little while to get in this one. First 20 minutes, I was sort of like, okay, where's this going? But once it got going, I thought it was really, really entertaining. Just a fun, cheesy 80s horror film in a shopping mall, and yeah, just a lot of fun. Next up, we have Pump Up the Volume, which is a really great 90s film starring Christian Slater as a talk show radio host, and this is just such a cool concept to this film, and yeah, the acting is brilliant. I believe he plays the his name as a radio DJ is Harry Hardon, so interesting name there for a radio show host. But yeah, I think this movie goes in a really interesting direction, and yeah, it's just a really great movie. I had a great time watching that one. Next up, we have Wolf, which is a really cool 90s werewolf film starring Jack Nicholson and Michelle Pfeiffer. Yeah, I had a great time with this one. It's not amazing, but I really enjoyed it. Thought there were some really good scenes in it, and I would definitely watch it again. That's for sure. Next up, we have JSA, which is a really great Japanese war film. There's some really, really tense scenes in this movie, but it is so well acted. This is such a great film. I highly recommend this one to anyone that hasn't seen it before. It is fantastic. Next up, we got The Fisher King, which is a really, really good film directed by Terry Gilliam and stars Jeff Bridges and Robert Downey Jr. They give fantastic performances in this movie. And yeah, it's just really cool concept, really interesting story, and the acting in it is really, really good. Yeah, really fun movie, that one. Next up, we got the Pirates of the Caribbean 4K collection set. I haven't actually seen any of these movies yet, so all these movies will be a first time watch for me. I plan to maybe check out the first movie maybe tomorrow as well, along with Shortcuts. Two very long movies for me to watch tomorrow. But if I don't get round to watching any of those tomorrow, I will check them out the next day. But yeah, looking forward to watching these. They're really good films. Next up, we got Where the Crawdads Sing, which I've heard is which I've seen recently and I thought was decent, but I didn't love it. Again, it's a very slow moving movie. And it's quite repetitive as well. This film, I think, but it's well acted and the story's good enough, and I enjoyed it for what it was. And I accidentally mixed up two games in my Blu-ray collection, so I'll put them to a side. But next up, we got Sister Act 1 and 2. Only seen the first one for the first time recently. I really, really enjoyed it. Thought it was an excellent comedy film. Whoopi Goldberg was just excellent in it. I thought she was absolutely hilarious. And yeah, I've heard the second one's pretty fun as well, so looking forward to watching that film. Next up, we have My Bodyguard, which is a really cool 80s movie set in a high school, which sort of the story is sort of about these bullies that keep bullying this kid, and he's they sort of force him to pay for bodyguard, and they sort of has to protect him from these bullies. And yeah, it's just a really cool story and a really cool 80s movie directed by Tony Bill, who directed Untamed Heart, which was one of my favourite movies as well. And yeah, this was just a really good movie. Next up, we have The Guns of Navarone, which is a really great war film from the 60s. Really enjoy this one. Gregory Peck is fantastic in it, of course, and Anthony Quinn. Yeah, just such a classic 60s war film. Have a great time with that one. Next up, we have the Samurai Collection, obviously by Akira Kurosawa, and this contains Seven Samurai, Throne of Blood, The Hidden Fortress, Yojimbo, sorry if I pronounced that wrong incorrectly, and Sanjuro. I haven't seen any of these movies yet, but the one I'm most excited to check out is definitely Seven Samurai. I need to check that out ASAP because I've heard that's one of the greatest films ever made. I believe it's in the IMDb Top 250 as well, so yeah, I need to watch that one really. Next up, we have Adulthood, which is a really good sequel to Kidulthood. I really enjoyed this. Sort of feels similar to the first movie, and yeah, good direction, and yeah, just an entertaining film. Next up, we have 999, which is a really fun action movie. I had a good time watching this movie. Has a great cast in it, and some of the action in it is pretty fun, and yeah, just a tense movie. Next up, we have Sully, which is a fun movie based on a true story. I enjoyed it, but it's not one of my favourite Tom Hanks films. I think it could have been a bit better, but it is still tense and well made, and I did enjoy it. Next up, we have Logan, which is maybe my favourite out of the X-Men universe of films. This is such a great movie, very well directed, and Hugh Jackman as Wolverine in this movie is absolutely brilliant. I adore this film. I think it's one of the better superhero movies from last decade. Next up, we have Patriots Day, which is a really, really tense and powerful movie based on a true story about the Boston bombings in America. And yeah, it's just a really upsetting and powerful and emotional watch. And yeah, the performances in it are brilliant, and this was just such a good movie. Next up, we have Trainspotting 2, which is a great sequel to Trainspotting. I thought this was really entertaining. I do prefer the first movie, but I still really enjoyed this one as well. Next up, we have The Raid to the Raid 2, two amazing action movies here. I believe these are Korean movies, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, the action in these movies are absolutely insane. Really mental and well filmed and choreographed. And yeah, these films are just such fun to watch. I really love these films. Next up, we have a classic, and that is the Cannonball Run. And yeah, this is a really fun racing movie. I really had a great time with this one. Burt Reynolds is brilliant in it, and yeah, there's some really funny scenes in this film. Just had a great time with this one. Next up, we have All Eyes on Me, which is obviously based off Tupac's life, and I thought this could have been so much better. In all honesty, I still liked it. I don't think it's bad as some people say it is. But I feel some of the acting is forced in certain scenes, and yeah, there's definitely some parts of Tupac's life I think they could have touched on a bit more. But yeah, there's one scene in this film that feels really forced, and that's the scene where we had to place Tupac in this film's doing the scene from Juice, the iconic scene from Juice, and it didn't feel the same to me. I just really wanted to watch Juice after watching that scene, to be fair. But yeah, decent movie, just not great. Next up, we have Peter Jackson's King Kong, which I've seen once or twice. I really enjoy it. Yes, it is a bit too long for its own good, but there's some really cool scenes in it. I think it's a really fun movie, got some great action in it, and it's a really good version of King Kong, I think. Gonna go through a couple more comments. Got Lewis Smith saying good collection got there, mate. Thank you, Lewis. Really appreciate that, mate. And we've got Sai saying Deep Red is my favourite Jello. Awesome. Really glad you enjoy it, my friends. Next up, we've got Kong Skull Island, which is also another version of King Kong that I really enjoyed. I thought it was a really entertaining movie. Not a great film, but some of the cast in this film is really, really fun. They give decent performances, and the chemistry between all of them is quite good. And yeah, there's just some great action sequences in it as well. Next up, we have Jennifer's Body, which is a film that I started watching years ago. Don't think I finished it. Can't really remember too much about it. I just remember Megan Fox being in it, and that's basically all I remember, to be honest. But I remember it being okay at best for what I saw. Next up, we have Only in the Brave, which is one of my favourite movies. This is based on a true story, and it's a really deep and powerful movie about these firefighters that try to stop a really big forest fire. And yeah, it's really emotional. Some of the performances are brilliant, and it's just really, really tense movie, this one. So yeah, recommend this film. Next up, we've got Shutter Island, which is a really good psychological thriller with a fantastic ending. This is such a fantastic movie. Leonardo DiCaprio gives an amazing performance in this movie. I believe Ben Kingsley's in it as well, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, this is just such a great movie. It has really great creepy vibes to it, and yeah, it's just really well made film. Next up, we've got Stir of Echoes, which is creepy as fuck. This film really creeped me out. This is such a great sort of like horror movie starring Kevin Bacon. Really great sort of like supernatural and like ghost movie, haunted movie. Just really, really enjoyed it. Thought it was creepy as hell. And yeah, I definitely watch it again. It's one of Kevin Bacon's best movies, that one, in my opinion. Next up, we have Avatar, which I think is a really good film. Not one of my favourites, but I did really enjoy it. Haven't seen the sequel yet, but I do plan to check out. Yeah, not one of James Cameron's best, but still an entertaining film. Next up, we have this really cool VHS Blu-ray of Womper Stomper, which is a really well-made Australian movie, this one. And it is quite a rough watch. This movie, admittedly, has got some rough scenes in it, but it is a well-made film. I did enjoy watching it. It was a good movie, but I think I need to watch it again. Next up, we have The Young Ones on Blu-ray, which is a fantastic series. Series as both series 1 and 2, and yeah, this is a great comedy from the 80s. I another show I grew up watching when I was a kid. Always really enjoyed this one. My favourite episode is probably the University Challenge one. That episode is really funny. Next up, we have The Last Duel, which is a film I'm yet to see, but I've heard that this was a really good movie. I do need to check this film out because I've heard it's really good. Next up, we've got The Thomas Crown Affair, which is a classic movie starring Steve McQueen, Faye Dunaway. Heard really good things about this movie. Really need to watch this one. But yeah, we looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Rise of the Foot Soldier Origins, which is the 5th movie. I need to get the other Rise of the Foot Soldiers movies because I believe I've only got this in the first 2. But yeah, I've heard this is going to be the best sequel, best movie since the first one. So yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that. Next up, we have Bodies. I'm sorry about that, everyone. Just had a cough there. But which I've heard is a good movie. I do want to check this one out. It's directed by A24, of course. And yeah, I've just heard really good things about it. Need to check it out. Next up, we have Eyes of Laura Mara, which what was it? Of Laura Mara, sorry, not Laura Mara. But yeah, I've heard this is a really decent film from the 70s. Really do need to check this one out. Heard great things. Next up, we have the complete Chucky set with 7 movie collection. So that comes obviously with 3 original Child's Play films: Bride of Chucky, Sid Chucky, Cult Chucky, and Curse of Chucky. So yeah, I've only actually ever seen the first Child's Play film, but I've heard some really good things about the rest of the sequels. So I really need to check out the sequel soon. And yeah, I'm looking forward to delving into this box set. Next up, we have Casablanca, the 4K set. I haven't seen this movie, unfortunately. I know this is an absolute classic film, and it stars Humphrey Bogart, who is an absolute legend. And yeah, I really need to see this one because I've heard it's absolutely incredible. Next up, we have The Full Monty, which is a classic 90s British comedy film. Absolutely adored this when I watched it for the first time recently. Thought it was absolutely hilarious. Really cool movie, and yeah, just such a funny movie. Got some really good songs in it as well. Next up, we have another wrestling Blu-ray, and that is the Royal Rumble 2023. I haven't watched this one yet, but do plan to watch it soon because I heard this was a great pay-per-view. And I absolutely adore this artwork. One of the best Royal Rumble covers I think we've ever had, to be honest. Just awesome stuff there. Next up, we have the Target, which I've heard is a really cool sort of like 90s action thriller starring Gene Hackman and Matt Dillon. And yeah, I do want to watch this movie soon. It's one I've been meaning to check out for quite a while. Definitely want to give that a go. Next up, we have Sneakers, which I believe is 90s action movie. Is it set on a plane? I want to say. I'm not 100% sure there, but I think it's set on a plane. And yeah, it has a great cast. Stars Robert Redford, Dan Aykroyd, Ben Kingsley. Sidney Poitier's in it as well, and River Phoenix. So yeah, what a cast that is. And yeah, I've heard this is a really fun movie, so I really want to check it out. Next up, we have Double Jeopardy in 4K, which I haven't seen yet, but I've heard this is a really great action movie starring Tommy Lee Jones and Ashley Judd, 2 fantastic actors there. Really want to check this movie out. Looking forward to watching it soon. And shout out to Jamie Batman Smith, who's on my live stream last night. His special guest is the Dark Knight trilogy in 4K, which I'm pretty sure he would approve of. Yeah, I absolutely adore these films. Some of the best Batman films I think you'll ever see. The second one is definitely my favourite, then the first, and then the third. But I think this is a really solid trilogy. Next up, we have the Rambo trilogy in 4K. Only seen the first one in 4K yet, but I have seen all the Rambo films. I love this trilogy. Yes, I even really enjoyed the third movie. I even slightly prefer that over the second movie. But the first film is definitely the best. That is such a great Vietnam War film. I absolutely adore that movie. So just some of the best action you're going to see in the film, and it has a really cool story. Sylvester Stallone gives one of his best performances in that film, and yeah, it's just so good. Next up, we have a really good shark movie called The Shallows, which is a really fun movie. I really enjoyed this one, starring Blake Lively. She gives a really good performance in this film. Looking forward to rewatching that one, actually. We got David Beach saying, "Did you used to go to Poundland and buy Blu-ray, Scott? Did you pick any good titles?" I honestly don't think I've ever been to Poundland to buy movies. I've been in Poundland, of course, before, but I've never been in there to buy films, to be honest. We got Sai saying Sneakers is such an underrated movie. That's great to hear. I have heard it's quite underrated, to be fair. We got David Beach saying The Young Ones TV show, one of the best TV shows of all time. I play could bring up bottom the TV show and the live stage shows on Blu-ray. Yes, that would be awesome because that's my favourite comedy of all time. And we got Going North here. Hello, mate. Saying good evening, everyone. Good evening to you as well, mate. Next up, we got White Men Can't Jump, which is a really good movie from the 90s starring Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson. Really fun basketball movie here. Really great 90s movie. Enjoy that one. Next up, we have Game Night, which is a really fun comedy movie. I had a great time watching this. Rachel McAdams and Jason Bateman are excellent in this film. Yeah, just a really funny comedy, that one. I enjoyed it a lot, and I really like the concept as well. Next up, we have The Expendables 3, which is a film that I used to really like, but I haven't seen it in many years. I don't think it would hold up on a rewatch, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I used to really like it. Got some really cool action in it, and it's got a really good cast. Next up, we got American Sniper, which is a fantastic war film directed by Clint Eastwood. Some really tense and sad scenes in this film. Really well directed by Clint Eastwood, and yeah, the performances in it are excellent in it as well. Next up, we have War Horse, which is a film I think is a little bit overrated, if I'm being honest. It's quite emotional and powerful in places, but I don't quite have that impactful punch with that movie that it has with other people. But yeah, I did like this movie. It is still well made film. It is obviously a classic film directed by Steven Spielberg. Next up, we have Hotel Transylvania, which is a film that I really enjoyed when I first watched it. I think it's quite a fun animated movie. I haven't seen it in a while, but it has a good cast. Really like Adam Sandler in it. Next up, we have Rocket Man, which I think is one of the better biopics. Really fun, sort of like musical style biopic here. Obviously, the music is great. Obviously, being based on Elton John's life, and yeah, really enjoyed this movie. I think Taron Egerton as Elton John was fantastic, and yeah, just a really fun movie there. Next up, we have Boogie Nights, which is my favourite Paul Thomas Anderson film. This film is so much fun. I really enjoy this movie, and yeah, it's just great. And some of the music in it is absolutely quality as well. Next up, we have another football Blu-ray, and that is England's story at the 2018 FIFA World Cup, Daring to Dream. I think this might be a documentary. Haven't watched it yet, but obviously this was a decent World Cup, one of the better ones we've had in recent years, obviously, and in the past few decades. But yeah, this was one of the better ones. We obviously got to a semi-final, and then we got our asses kicked by Croatia in the semi-final. But there was some really good moments to this World Cup for England, and yeah, I need to watch that one, to be fair. Next up, we got the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is an absolute classic 70s horror film. Great slasher, really gritty and grimy movie, and yeah, this film is just fantastic, really creepy stuff. Next up, we have Jaws 2, which is a sequel I've not watched. I haven't watched any of Jaws sequels, but I've heard that this is actually a really good sequel, so I do plan on watching this one soon. Next up, we have Saw 2, which is obviously the one that was missing from the complete box set. But yeah, looking forward to watching this. This is one of the best ones in the franchise, so looking forward to giving that a go. Next up, we have Salem's Lot, Steelbook. I absolutely adore this film. I think it holds up really, really well. With that scene in particular, that kid knocking on a door, on a window, sorry, just creeps me the fuck out. That is such a creepy scene. Like, wow. And that scene still holds up with its creepiness. I think. I feel. Yeah, still really creepy scene. Great vampire movie, and I think it holds up really well. Next up, we have They Live, collectors John Carpenter's They Live, which is fantastic movie. One of my favourite films of John Carpenter. Really like this film. That fight with Rowdy Roddy Piper and the other main guy in it. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, unfortunately. But that fight they have is absolutely hilarious, and it's just fantastic to watch. Such a great fight scene, and the story itself is actually really cool. Just such a great sci-fi horror from the 80s there. Next up, we have The Class of 1984, which we actually spoke about a little bit on the stream last night, directed by Mark Howell Lester, of course. This is a fantastic high school movie, really, really good film. It's quite hard to watch in places, but it has some fantastic performances. Just such a great gang sort of movie. Yeah, really, really great stuff. Michael J. Fox gives a fantastic performance in it as well. This was before he was really, really famous. Gonna go through a few more comments. Got Pete saying hey to Gary. And we got Pete saying you still at it, Scott. Great stuff, mate. Yeah, still at it, mate. I'm probably gonna be on for another half an hour, maybe, or an hour or so. But thank you so much, Pete. Really appreciate your support. We got David Beach saying Rocky, one of the best movies of all time. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. And we got Pete saying he's never seen a Saw film. Another one to add to the huge list. I already recommend the first film, Pete. It's the only one I've seen, in all honesty, but the first movie is fantastic, so I would recommend it. David Beach saying great stream, Scott, mate. Thank you so much, David. David also says everybody needs to subscribe to Scott YouTube channel. He's amazing. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you to say that. Next up, we have the complete Harry Potter box set, which obviously comes in the original 8 films, and I've still not seen a single Harry Potter film. I know I really need to watch these films, and I'm looking forward to checking them out in 4K. I'll probably give the first one a watch next week, to be fair. But I think the one I'm most excited to watch, because the one that intrigues me most, is probably Prisoner of Azkaban. I've heard that's a great film, and it actually does look pretty cool, because I've seen some of the scenes from that film, and it does look pretty interesting, that one, actually. So I want to watch that one. And oh dear. There goes all my movies again. Sorry about that. Back it, everyone. But next up, we got the Jumanji movies. I think that's how you pronounce it. But yeah, looking forward to looking forward to watching these movies. Sorry, I couldn't get my words out there. But yeah, love this box set. These films are pretty cool. So yeah, definitely looking forward to watching them at some point. Next up, we've got Battle Royale in this amazing 4K edition. Absolutely adore this film. This is one of my favourite foreign language film. Might be my favourite foreign language film. Absolutely a brilliant movie. Really enjoy the concept, and it's absolutely fantastic. The second one, though, is absolutely diabolical. I did not enjoy the second one at all, unfortunately. And just gonna have a quick drink, everyone, before I go on with some more movies. And I've got movies everywhere on the floor. But anyway, let's go on. Just make sure I haven't missed anything. Nope, all good. Next up, we've got Emily Portrait of the Serial Killer, which isn't a great transfer at all. Doesn't look great on 4K, but the movie itself is really, really good. There's one scene that definitely goes a bit far with the graphic violence, so I think we all know which scene I'm talking about. Involves video recorder, which is just horrible to watch. But yeah, this film is actually well made. I do like this film quite a bit, and yeah, I will rewatch this at some point, I think. But what's his name? I've forgotten his name. Michael Rooker, that's it. It gives a fantastic performance in it, and all my stuff is just falling out of that. So put it back in quickly. There we go. Next up, we've got Showgirls, which is an entertaining film. I think this is a decent film. Cinematography actually looks incredible in this film. I think cinematography is brilliant. The story's okay. It's good enough. Some of the scenes are quite entertaining. Yeah, it's just an alright film. Gonna go through a few more comments. Got Gary North saying the first always a very good first time watch. Pete, yes, definitely, I agree there. We got David Beach saying don't forget to subscribe to Scott's channel on YouTube. Thank you so much, mate. And we got Pete saying, "Wow, never seen Harry Potter film." Yeah, I know. I really need to watch them, to be fair. And he says, to be honest, you're not alone. Quite a few in the community haven't seen the series. It's one of the few films I've seen. Yeah, it's definitely a film that I need to watch, that's for sure. And we got Lewis Smith saying you got some nice box sets there, Scott. Thank you so much, mate. Do appreciate that. And we got Pete saying I think it's always on ITV Play, so I'll give it a shot on there. Awesome, Pete. Hope you enjoy it, mate. Also got Pete saying Battle Royale is a thrilling time. Definitely one of the best hour releases out there. Yeah, definitely, I agree with you there, mate. And we got Lewis Smith saying, mate, there's going to be some putting away after this. There's loads. Yeah, I'm dreading putting all this back, that's for sure. But yeah, it's going to be a mission, that's for sure. And we got Pete saying it must be like Christmas morning around Scott's house with all the films on the floor. And we got Lewis laughing. Awesome stuff. And there we go with Star Wars prequel trilogy. I really enjoy these films. Apart from Tucker Clones, I really don't like that film, unfortunately. But Phantom Menace is decent. Has some really good scenes in it. And forgotten, but Revenge of the Sith. That's it. I can't believe I forgot that title for a minute there. That's a really great Star Wars film. Actually, I really enjoy that film. I think Re-Enter Fight is absolutely incredible. I think Aiden Christensen has forgotten his name. Aiden Skywalker. That's it. Gives a fantastic performance, and yeah, this is just a fantastic, really, really good trilogy. And Revenge of the Sith is definitely the best one there. Next up, we have Apollo 13, which is a fantastic movie from the 90s. I really enjoyed this film. As a fantastic cast, obviously, Bill Paxton, Ed Harris, Kevin Bacon, and Tom Hanks. Just a really, really cool movie. I would get a great time out of watching that. Next up, we have The Fifth Wave, which is a really stupid sci-fi movie, but I had a fun time watching it. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was quite entertaining in places. I had a good time watching it. It is a bit boring at times, to be fair, and some of the acting is pretty dull, but I enjoyed it. Next up, we've got The Constant Gardener, which is a really good movie starring Ralph Fiennes. I can't remember too much about it, in all honesty, but I do remember having a great time with it. I definitely need to watch this movie again. Next up, we have Neverending Story, which is a fantastic movie. I think the CGI in this holds up really well. It's got a couple really sad moments in it, and yeah, the song itself by Lamal is fucking incredible. I absolutely love that song. Neverending Story is one of my favourite songs of all time, and it really fits the movie. Absolutely adore it. Next up, we have The Fugitive, which is a fantastic 90s thriller starring Harrison Ford. Pretty sure Tommy Lee Jones is in this as well. Just such a great 90s film. Get a great time out watching that one. Next up, we got Everest, which I think is actually a really great movie, obviously based on a true story about these guys that can't climb Mount Everest, and it's just a really tense movie, really powerful in places as well, and I think directing in it is really good. Next up, we have Bad Times at Yale Royale, which is a really cool movie. Sort of reminds me a little bit of Pulp Fiction the way it's filmed. But yeah, it's a really good fun movie that I really enjoyed watching. Sorry about that. And we got Good Morning Vietnam, which is a really fun comedy movie. There's some really great laugh out loud moments in this. Robert Williams is absolutely hysterical in this movie. And yeah, it's just such a great time. Next up, we've got Miss Sloane, which is a decent thriller. I remember enjoying this one. It's not great. It's a bit slow and dull, but the acting in it is very good, and it is a well-filmed movie. Next up, we've got The Italian Job, which is an all-time 60s classic. One of my favourite 60s movies. Got a great soundtrack, and Michael Caine is just absolutely brilliant. You weren't supposed to blow the bloody doors off. What a line that is. And next up, we got The Infiltrator, which I remember being quite underrated, to be fair. Bryan Cranston's quite good in this movie. This is also based on a true story. And yeah, just a really entertaining film. Not fantastic, but I enjoyed it for what it was. Next up, we have The Sixth Sense, which is a movie I absolutely adore. I think this is definitely Shyamalan's best film. Really great creepy movie. Got a great storyline, fantastic ending, and yeah, just such a fantastic film. Next up, we've got Short Term 12, which is a really solid movie. I thought this was a really great movie. Has a fantastic performance from Brie Larson. She was absolutely incredible in it, and yeah, this is just such a great film. Next up, we have the sequel to Class of 1984, and that is Class of 1999. This is actually a really fun sequel. I really enjoyed this movie. I thought it was really entertaining. Really good sort of like time travel movie set in a school. It's got some really entertaining action sequences in it, and yes, just really great time. Gonna go through a few more comments, and I'll get into some more films. Got Lewis Smith saying can't beat Neverending Story, a proper childhood classic. Yeah, definitely, I do agree there, mate. We got Pete saying the Fugitive is such a thrilling time, and Tommy Lee Jones is relentless in it. That he is. A film that keeps you on the edge of your seat. Also while sticking to age 12 rating. Yeah, definitely, I do agree with that. And we got Pete saying Scott doing a bloody doors off quote. That's another highlight. Yeah, definitely, I do agree there. We got David Beach, Star Wars movie. I also, by the way, Pete, earlier on, I done my terrified face saying that Arthur Comes an evil fucker. So yeah, if you didn't see that earlier, feel free to watch that on a playback. David Beach saying Star Wars movie, one of the best movies of all time. They should release the original versions on Blu-ray. They was filmed. Yeah, definitely, that would be awesome. I would love to see that myself. Got going off saying the Italian Job was one of my dad's favourite. It's one of my dad's favourite movies. Awesome stuff. I'm really glad he enjoys it. That's great to hear. Pete saying I see the remake is getting a 4K release. Shame the UK hasn't got the original Italian Job on 4K. Yeah, that is a shame. It would be great to see the original get the 4K, to be fair. And I haven't seen the remake, so I do need to check it out. We got David Beach saying Bobby Williams was an amazing actor in Aladdin. Yeah, 100% agree with you there, mate. Next up, we have Blinded by the Light, which is a fantastic movie. I thought this was really heartfelt and moving. Just a really cool movie about this guy that sort of relates to Bruce Spring's lyrics in his songs, and I think it's just a really cool story. And yeah, it's a really entertaining film. Next up, we have Tremors with 4K Arrow set, one of my favourite sets I own, and one of my favourite films that I own. It's such a great 90s classic creature feature film. This Kevin Bacon gives a fantastic performance, and of course, it has one of the best songs in cinema history. We killed it. We killed it. Fuck you. Yes, that is one of my favourite lines in cinema history. No matter how cheesy it is so funny and so over the top. I absolutely adore it. And the film itself is an absolute blast. And rest in peace to Remo Williams. He was great in that film. Next up, we have the first Trainspotting, which is one of my favourite movies of all time. I think this is such a great British movie. Got a great cast. One of the first Danny Boyle films as well. Got Ewan McGregor, Johnny Lee Miller, Robert Carlyle, Ewan Brummer as well. Yeah, just really great movie this, and yeah, the soundtrack is awesome as well. The song "Perfect Day" by Lee Reed is one of my favourite songs of all time. Next up, we have Jackass 3, the movie. I really should get the first two movies because this is the only Jackass one that I own. I did watch some of this and thought it was quite good, to be fair, so I need to go back and revisit this and watch for you other movies as well. So yeah, I need to add those to my collection. Next up, we've got The Last King of Scotland, which I actually thought was a really, really good movie. Forest Whitaker was great in this film. And really great movie. Really enjoyed it. Next up, we got the Wolfman remake, which I haven't heard great things about, but I do want to check it out. Has a good cast in it, though. You got Emily Blunt, Hugo Weaving, Anthony Hopkins, and Benicio del Toro. So yeah, great cast. Just it's not a great film, unfortunately. But anyway, next up we have Hard Target, which is a really amazing Jean-Claude Van Damme film. I really, really enjoyed this one. Some of the action sequences in this film are absolutely fantastic. Probably one of Van Damme's better films, I would say. And he's got some absolute quality movies out there. So yeah, highly recommend this one if you haven't seen it before. Next up, we've got Donnie Brasco, which is a fantastic movie starring Al Pacino, Johnny Depp. Pretty good thriller from the 90s. Yeah, really tense movie. The acting in it is absolutely sensational, and yeah, I just really enjoyed that one. Next up, we got Madagascar 2, Escape to Africa. I've always really enjoyed this movie. I think this came out around about the same sort of time the Madagascar game came out from the Xbox 360, which was a lot of fun as well. And yeah, I've always really enjoyed this sequel. Grew up watching this one like I did with the first one. I think the first one is the best one, but I do get a lot of enjoyment out of this one as well. We got Pete saying, Scott, you always do your best deliveries with movie quotes. Thank you, Pete. I do try my best, to be fair. We got Pete saying, I remember watching Trainspotting when I was like 4 or 5. Wow, that's a very young age to watch that movie. My dad thought it was actually about trains. My dad never read the age rating, so that's fair enough. We got Pete saying, I need to see Our Target. I've heard amazing things. Yes, a great action film, Pete. Highly recommend it, mate. And next up, we have a really great disaster movie called Deep Impact. I like this movie way more than I should. It's definitely quite a stupid movie, but it's got a great cast. Elijah Wood and Morgan Freeman are in it, and Tia Leone, sorry, is actually really good in this movie. She doesn't great on me in this film like she does with in Jurassic Park 3. But yeah, I absolutely adore this movie. In all honesty, this was the first disaster movie I ever watched, and I just thought it was so cool. And yeah, I wouldn't mind getting this on 4K, and I really need to give this a rewatch. Next up, we have Mandan, which I've heard is a decent movie. Haven't heard much about it. I do need to check out though because I've heard some pretty good things. Next up, we have Meet the Parents, which is a fantastic comedy film starring Ben Stiller and Rob De Niro. The chemistry they have on screen in this film is just absolutely fantastic. I'll be watching you. Yeah, this film is just so good. I absolutely adore this film. One of my favourite comedies from 2000s. Just such a good time. Next up, we have one of my favourite boxing movies, and actually quite an underrated one, and that is Southpaw. Really great gritty boxing movie. This one, I think it's really well filmed and well directed. Has a really tense and upsetting opening to it. Did not expect the opening to open like that at all. But yeah, fantastic performances, and yeah, this film is just fantastic. Next up, we have Jersey Boys, which is based off on Frankie Valli and The Four Seasons. This is a really good movie. I thought this was really entertaining. Great musical list. The music is obviously fantastic, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. Next up, we have what might be my favourite biopic, music biopic, and that is Straight Outta Compton. I love NWA's band. I grew up listening to their music. Done some of my favourite rap songs of all time, and one of my favourite rap albums is Straight Outta Compton. And yeah, this film is just so good. Like it's so well filmed, and I think some of the concert scenes are absolutely breathtaking. But yeah, this film is just so much fun. I absolutely love this film, and I think they got some really good actors to play the characters parts in the movie really really well. And yeah, this film is just so good. I love it. Next up, we have Cruising, which is a film I wasn't a massive fan of, unfortunately. It's directed by William Friedkin, who's a director I'm not a massive fan of, but I plan to rewatch quite a few of these movies because I think he's a director that can maybe grow on me in the future. But yeah, I get what they're going with for this movie, but I just didn't connect with it. Unfortunately, I couldn't get into this movie. Next up, we have Naked Lunch, which is a film that I respect, but this film is just so weird and strange. I didn't understand it, if I'm being honest, and yeah, I wasn't a massive fan of this film. I think it is a well-made film. It's obviously directed by David Cronenberg, but yeah, I wasn't a massive fan of this one. Next up, we've got Dead and Buried, which is actually quite a fun 80s horror film. I think this was one of the video nasties that got banned in the 80s as well. And I can't remember which section this was. I think it might have been section 2. But yeah, this is a fun horror movie. It's got actually quite a cool concept, I think, and yeah, it's a decent movie overall. Next up, we have a really interesting movie called Bloodsucking Freaks. Yeah, this is a very strange movie. I don't know how to explain this one, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it for what it was. But yeah, this film is just really fucking weird, if I'm being honest. But yeah, it's an entertaining time, and yeah, it's just a strange film, that one. Next up, we've got Peter Jackson's Brain Dead. This is a fantastic zombie film. Great horror comedy here. It's got some really funny scenes. But baby fine prancing that has been stitches. That's such a funny scene. And yeah, it's got some great gore scenes in it as well. There's some great special effects. And yeah, this is just such a fun movie. Next up, we have David Cronenberg's Crash, which is another film directed by David Cronenberg, and yeah, this is a film that I actually don't enjoy. Unfortunately, I thought it was a bit too weird and out there. It's a strange movie and a strange concept. But yeah, maybe I need to give it another rewatch. But I really didn't enjoy it. But I love the box set, very similar to the Arrow box set of Tremors. Next up, we've got Prince of Darkness, which is a really good film. I believe it's directed by John Carpenter. Yes, it is. And yeah, this is one of these better movies. Really, really enjoyed this one. Alice Cooper is really, really creepy in this film. Yeah, he's a creepy fucker in this one. But yeah, I absolutely love this movie. Thought it was really good. Next up, we've got Meet Your Parents, Little Fuckers, which I thought is actually a really good sequel. I know this is one not a lot of people fan of, but yeah, I enjoyed this movie. I thought it was quite funny, to be fair, and yeah, looking forward to watching it again. Gonna go through a few more comments. Got Harry Druid saying I had Hard Target taped from VHS on TV from TV on VHS and watched it so many times. We got Pete saying Scott check out Clint Eastwood Tightrope. That's very similar to Cruising. Oh, awesome. I've read very good things about Tightrope. To be fair, Pete, so I do want to watch it. We got Pete saying that Naked Lunch Arrow set looks nice, but I'm unsure what to make of it. I believe it was a Criterion actually, but yeah, to be fair, it is a weird movie. I'm not sure what to make of it. But yeah, maybe I just need to give it another rewatch. We got going off saying Naked Lunch is very strange. It is strange. To be fair, and we got Coro saying, "My God, he's been happy for 3 hours about his collection," and saying, "Yeah, been going on for quite a while now." Coro, and he says, "Respect, so thank you, Coro." Yeah, I've been doing this for quite a while. Still got quite a few movies to go through, but there's quite a few um we're getting towards the end of my collection. Sorry, I'm rambling on everyone. I've been doing this live stream for quite a while now. I'm not gonna bring the next comment by the way, Coro. Sorry about that. It's just there's a certain word in that comment I don't want to use. But yes, yeah, sorry about that. But thank you for the comment anyway. And he says, I'm just kidding. Well, I'm glad you're kidding, mate. But yeah, that was a bit of a strange comment. I'm not gonna lie. But next up we got Angels and Demons. I haven't seen this movie yet, but I do plan to watch it. I haven't seen any of these films to be honest, but I've heard they're really good and quite interesting. But yeah, I do want to check them out. Definitely love Tom Hanks as an actor, and I've heard they're pretty entertaining. Next up, we've got Alden Kumar Go to White Castle, which I think is a really, really funny comedy film. I have such a great time with this. Just the chemistry that John Cho and Cal Penn have on screen in this movie is absolutely fantastic, and the journey they go on is absolutely fantastic. And yeah, it's just absolutely brilliant comedy. And we got Corbo saying, "Oh, we have YouTube algorithm." So no, don't worry about it, mate. We all make mistakes. It's all good. But next up we got the Day After, which is a decent movie, but very bleak and depressing. Also very slow moving as well. But I think that's the point of the movie. It's not my favourite Cold War film. I think my favourite one would be Fred, but fucking hell, that film's depressing as well. Jeez. But yeah, I do like this film, but I just find these films really, really depressing to watch. But I get that it's supposed to be the point of the films. Next up, we've got 6 Days, which is a decent movie based on the embassy siege, the SAS, and yeah, it's not great, but it's okay. It's got some decent scenes in it, and the acting is decent, and the cast is quite good as well. So yeah, overall decent movie, just not fantastic. Next up, we've got the Hangover trilogy, which is a trilogy that I actually have not seen yet. I really need to check out these movies. I've heard that the first one is really hilarious. I haven't heard amazing things about sequels, but I do want to watch them all at some point. And we're down to the last 3 stacks, guys. So nearly there, but still got quite a few to go through. But next up, we've got Singing in the Rain, which is a fantastic movie from the 50s. Great musical. Got some great iconic songs in it, and it's just a sweet and charming movie. And yeah, I love this 4K box set that they released of it. Next up, we've got World War Z, which is a zombie film that I started watching a while back, but didn't get through it. I think I need to give it another rewatch and see what I think of it. But yeah, it's got a good cast in it. Next up, we have Philadelphia, which is a really emotional and impactful movie starring Tom Hanks and Denzel Washington. And the song by Bruce Springsteen's absolutely incredible as well. Absolutely adore that song, Streets Philadelphia. Yeah, this is such a fantastic movie, and yeah, definitely need to watch it again. Next up, we have Midnight Express, which is one of my favourite movies ever, although it is a really difficult watch at times. Definitely it's really hard and brutal to watch, and it's set in like this Turkish prison, and yeah, some of the stuff that happens is just really nasty, and but it's based on a true story as well, and yeah, the performances in this one are absolutely sensational. It's directed by Alan Clark as well, I believe, who's a fantastic director, and that is an amazing film. Next up, we got Fast and Furious 7, which is a decent movie. I think this is probably where the franchise should have ended, in all honesty, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, they made a few more, and this is the last Fast and Furious movie I actually watched. So maybe I should watch the rest of them just to say I've seen all of them. But next up, we've got Lock, which is a really cool and interesting movie just about this Tom Hardy. It's basically sat in a car and it's basically a really cool concept about him having conversations with his family and sort of like falling out with people and that and trying to rectify some of those friendships and stuff. But yeah, it's just a really cool movie set in a car, and it's basically set in a car for an entire movie. So yeah, cool movie that. Next up, we have the two movie set of Punisher and Punisher Warzone. I believe that Punisher is the Thomas Jane one, which is starring John Travolta. And yeah, I've heard that these films are actually really fun. I do plan to check these films out really soon. I haven't seen them yet, unfortunately. Next up, we have Harry Brown, which is a really good British movie starring Michael Caine. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but this is a really well-made film. Quite an entertaining time and a fun watch. And yeah, Harry Brown's a really good character. Next up, we have The Expendables, which is I don't think I've actually seen this one all the way through for some reason, even though I've seen 2 and 3 all the way through. So I definitely need to go back and rewatch this at some point. But yeah, I remember enjoying these movies quite a bit when I watched them. Next up, we have Diary of a Wimpy Kid 3 Dog Days, which is again another film I used to love when I was younger. These are just films that I used to grow up watching when I was a kid, with Diary of a Wimpy Kid films. I wouldn't mind rewatching them again, to be fair, they're quite entertaining. Next up, we have a double feature of Bloodsport and Time Cop, which are two fantastic Van Damme films. Time Cop is a really good sci-fi action movie, and Bloodsport is just a really good martial arts tournament movie. And yeah, that's probably my second favourite Van Damme film, or maybe my favourite Van Damme film. It's between that and AWOL for me, but yeah, just two really good Van Damme films there. Next up, we have Departed, which is one of my favourite Martin Scorsese films. I think this is so well directed. Some of the dialogue is absolutely incredible in it as well, and I think this has such a brilliant cast. Obviously, Leonardo DiCaprio, Matt Damon, Jack Nicholson, Mark Wahlberg, Ray Winston's in it as well, just to name a few. Yeah, this is such a great movie, and you definitely don't expect the ending, I will say that. Next up, we have The Quick and the Dead, which is a really good western from the 90s with an absolutely tremendous cast starring Russell Crowe, Gene Hackman, Sharon Stone, and Leonardo DiCaprio. So it's got some really good actors in this one. And yeah, it's just a really fun movie. I have a great time with this one. Gonna go through a few more comments. Got Coro saying, hope everyone watching had a great Saturday. Goes for you too, Scott. Thank you so much, Coro. I do appreciate that. Next up, we got Harry Druid saying, yeah. And we got Harry Druid saying, God, I love Philadelphia. Really glad you enjoy it, mate. I really enjoy it as well. And Midnight Express as well. Yep, I also really enjoyed Midnight Express. We got Harry Druid saying, but not a fan of Fast and Furious. That's fair enough. It's not a brilliant franchise, I can't lie. Going off says, Midnight Express, one of the movies you never forget once you've seen it. That is definitely correct there. I'll never ever forget that movie. Next up, we have Dead Man's Shoes, which is a fantastic British movie. Really brutal, this one, and quite violent in places. Has some really brilliant lines as well. And yeah, this is just a really cool British movie. I really did enjoy watching this one. Next up, we've got A History of Violence, which is a really cool thriller from the mid 2000s. Thought this was really well directed, and I really enjoyed the story and the direction it went in. And yeah, this is a really good film. Next up, we've got Point Break, which is a really great 90s action movie, just such a classic. Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves give great performances in it, and yeah, this is just such a fun movie. Next up, we've got The Social Network, which is a fantastic movie directed by I've forgotten his name. David Fincher, that's it. I nearly said Paul Fincher for some reason. And yeah, this has got some great performances. This is obviously based off Facebook, a movie about Facebook, but it's actually really, really good. I think some of the dialogue is excellent, and some of the conversations in this movie are really interesting, I think. And next up, we have Hobbit: An Unexpected Journey. I actually forgot I had this on Blu-ray, to be honest. So, yeah, definitely need to watch this movie. Need to add the other Hobbits in my collection as well. Very good things about them. Next up, we've got The Hateful Eight, which is actually really underrated Quentin Tarantino film. I really, really enjoy this one. I think some of the cinematography in it is absolutely beautiful. I love the setting in the snow as well. It's just such a great setting, and yeah, really, really enjoyable movie. And the score by Ennio Morricone is fantastic. Next up, we have Terror Train, which is a really cool, fun 80s slasher starring Jamie Lee Curtis. I really enjoyed this one. Had some cool kills in it, and yeah, it's just a really entertaining time, that one. Next up, we have Beyond the Darkness, which is a really brutal and sleazy kind of horror movie. This one, it's a strange movie, well filmed, a decent movie, just not brilliant. But I do love the score by Goblin in this. Next up, we have a horror film I haven't seen in years, and that is Maniac. This has got some really good kills in this film. I think the kills hold up really well. Got some really good effects, and yeah, just a really great horror film. Next up is The Green Mile, which is a really powerful and emotional movie. I've never actually seen this film all the way through, because when I first watched it a long time ago, I didn't really get it, and I thought it was too slow for my liking. So I do really need to give this another go, because every time I see clips of it on TV, it just looks better and better. So I need to go back to this one. Next up, we have a classic, and that is Christopher Lee's Dracula, Prince of Darkness. This is a really fun Dracula movie. I really enjoyed this one. This is probably my second favourite Dracula movie after the original horror Dracula. Yeah, Christopher Lee is just so good in this in these roles as Dracula. Really like that one. Next up, we have Tears of a Son, which is a film I'm still yet to see, but I've heard that this is a great movie, one of Bruce Willis's most underrated movies. So yeah, definitely need to check this one out. Next up, we have A Video Nasty, which is The Beast in Heat, with the original cover, which is awesome. This was definitely banned in the 80s. This is section 1 Video Nasty. And yeah, I haven't seen this one before. I've seen clips of it, and it looks really bizarre, if I'm being honest. But I'm happy to own it in my collection, because I'm a big fan of collecting all the Video Nasties and stuff, because I sort of grew up learning about with Video Nasties, and like sort of like collecting films like that, and just reading about them, and like collecting books on a Video Nasty. So it's great to finally own a lot of them on 4K. And next up, we have Ilsa. Which one is this? This is Arm of the Keeper. I haven't seen this one yet, but I've heard this going to be quite a decent movie. Sorry about the glare there, everyone, but yeah, I haven't seen this one yet. And this one, I believe, is She-Wolf of the SS, which is one that I have seen. And yeah, this is a well-made movie. Definitely hard to watch. I can see why this one was banned. This is definitely one of the Video Nazis that deserve to be banned out of the ones that I've seen. There's definitely a lot of brutality to this one, and it is quite nasty. But it is a well-made film. It is a good film, and I do plan on rewatching it at some point. Next up, we've got Psycho Goreman, which was a really fun horror film, actually. Yeah, it's quite a unique and cool little movie on Shudder. It is a Shudder exclusive, as it says at the top. Yeah, just a really entertaining movie. I had a lot of fun with this one. Next up, we have Christine, which is such a fun John Carpenter movie about a killer car. And yeah, this film is just so good. I absolutely adore this movie. The main character in it is really cool. I think he's a really likable character. And yeah, this movie's just a lot of fun. Next up, we have Lucio Fulci film, and that is The New York Ripper. This is also quite a sleazy horror film. Quite entertaining. I do enjoy this one. I love the opening theme to this movie. I think the opening theme's quite catchy. And yeah, it's got some really nasty kills in this film. There's one in particular with the eye scene with that razor. That was nasty stuff. But yeah, good movie. Enjoyed it. Next up, we have classics, childhood classics with Problem Child trilogy. The first one I grew up watching a lot when I was a kid. I really enjoyed the first one. John Ritter is such a good actor. I miss him as an actor. He's so good. The second one is actually also really fun. John Ritter is great as a dad once again. The third one, though, I don't enjoy at all. I think that's a very cringe sequel, and I don't think it works without John Ritter in that movie, to be honest. But I've forgotten the actor's name, but Mr. We got it praised Mr. Peabody in the third one is back in the third film as a dentist, and that's definitely the best part of the movie because I love him in these films. He's great. Next up, we have Brain Dead. I believe this is the Bill Pullman one. I want to say, I believe that's who it's directed by. Yeah, I've heard that this is actually meant to be a really cool movie, so I definitely want to check this one out soon. Don't know too much about it, but I've just heard good things about it, so looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have this sort of like infection movie, directed by David Cronenberg called Rabid. This is a classic 70s horror film. Not one of my favourites, admittedly, but I think I need to go back and give this a rewatch. It is a decent movie. I think the effects are really good, and yes, decent movie. Next up, we have one of my favourite 80s action movies. I've only seen this once, so I really need to watch it again. But that is Cobra. This is a really fun movie. I've heard it is it is fantastic. I remember really enjoying this. This is when the law stops. Law stops. Sorry, and I start. That is such a classic line. It's been a little while since I watched it, so I was trying to remember the line as I was actually saying it. But yeah, that line is brilliant. And yeah, it's got some slasher elements in this film, which is actually also really cool. Yeah, I love this film. It's a really cool movie. Next up, we have The New Kids, which is a really great 80s movie with a great cast. I think this is a really cool movie. James Spader as a villain is fantastic. It does have some really nasty animal cruelty scenes in this film, which is not very good though. That's probably the one part of the movie I'm not too keen on. But other than that, the film is really fun. Next up, we have Do the Right Thing on Criterion, which is a really good film directed by Spike Lee. Really cool hood film. This one I really enjoyed the concept and thought it was a well-made movie. Yeah, just a great film there. Gonna go through a few more comments. Got Lewis Smith saying Dead Man Shoes is quality, mate. Yeah, definitely, I agree. We got Gary North saying Dead Man Shoes is another top revenge movie. Also, yeah, definitely, I agree there. We got Gary North saying with Gestapo's Last Orgies, the best Nazi exploitation film. Another video Nazi available on 88 Films. I do need to get that film on Blu-ray, to be fair, because I believe that is another video nasty, if I'm not mistaken. So I really should get that one. We got Corvo saying only on 88 Films from the US, right? And Gary says correct, still banned in the UK. I thought it would be, to be fair. We got David saying the Green Mile movie, one of the best movies of all time, with Tom Hanks, Michael Clarke, Duncan, amazing acting. Yeah, I definitely need to give it another watch, that's for sure. But I know a lot of people love that movie. We got Sinjin saying, "Well, Scott, you're still ill. I'm back from a fight with the New Kids called Striking Back." Calls that a separate movie. No, I believe it was called Striking Back as well in maybe America, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, great movie. We got Steve saying She-Wolf the best film out of all the Elsa films. I have heard it is the best one, to be fair, but I can't really say too much as it is the only one I've seen, obviously. But next up we have Mighty Joe Young, which is obviously a King Kong movie. I've heard this is really fun. I do want to check this film out. Haven't got around to it yet, unfortunately. Next up we have Scary Movie 2, which is a really funny movie. So stupid, but that's the point of a movie. These movies know what they are and they just absolutely go for it. And yeah, it's just really, really entertaining. Next up, we have an absolutely brilliant movie, and that is Seven, directed by David Fincher. Yeah, this film is so cool. It's a really great thriller. Got some really creepy moments in it as well. Fantastic cast as well. Probably David Fincher's best film, or one of his best films anyway, definitely. Next up, we have Drive with starring Ryan Gosling, which is another great film. Really, really enjoyed this one. I thought it was amazing. The acting in it is brilliant. The score is fantastic, and yeah, just got some amazing scenes in it as well. That elevator scene definitely caught me off guard a bit. The scene in the lift, that was not expecting that at all. Next up, we've got Hot Shots, which is a really fun enjoy this movie. Oh, 4 hour mark just went off there. But yeah, this is a decent movie, really funny. Charlie Sheen's really good in it, and yeah, I enjoy that film. I've got to move over to get these ones, and all my movies are just falling onto a sofa. Next up, I've got Weird Science, which is a really great comedy film. This is one that I grew up watching. This has always been one of my favourite comedy films from the 80s. Just a really cool concept about these two young guys that want to make like a female through computer, and it's just a really funny movie. Bill Paxton is brilliant in it. He's absolutely iconic in this movie. But yeah, awesome 80s comedy there. Next up, we have Opera, which is another one of my favourite Dario Argento films. This is one of the ones that I connected to quite well, to be fair. Really enjoyed this movie. Thought there was some really creepy imagery in this one, some gruesome kills, and the score in this film was absolutely fantastic as well. But I'm just gonna have a quick drink before we finish the rest of the collection. Got 2 more stacks and then 2 big box sets at the end to show as well. But next up, we've got Sicario, which is a brilliant thriller. Really, really enjoy this movie. I thought it was incredible, but yeah, I great thriller. Really, really enjoyed it. Emily Blunt is really good in it. Didn't mind the second one as well, actually, so I wouldn't mind picking that one up at some point. Next up, we've got the original Dumb and Dumber, which is a fantastic comedy. I grew up watching this, but yeah, I love this movie. I think it's an absolute comedy classic. Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels in this movie just absolutely hilarious, and yeah, it's just such a great comedy movie. Next up, we've got Superbad, which is a fantastic comedy film again. Jonah Hill was hilarious in this film, and yeah, I really, really enjoyed this film. It's got some really funny lines in it, and it's just a really entertaining time. Gonna go through a few more comments. Got Harry Drew putting a smiley face, and he's saying thank you to Gary for informing him of that. Got Corvo saying I only watch Seven when I'm ill for some strange reason. Fair enough, mate. That's interesting choice to watch that film when you're ill, but hopefully you enjoy the movie and it cheers you up. But yeah. Sinjin saying Weird Science is up with the best of them from the 80s. I agree, mate. Yeah, definitely. Hakuro saying I've got to trade that awful Universal Blu-ray Weird Science for the Arrow Blu-ray. To be fair, I would quite like to have the Arrow Blu-ray, to be fair, because that is quite a nice Blu-ray. And I do love my Arrow Blu-rays. We got David Beach saying got what are your favourite films of Brad Pitt, mate? Oh, that's a great question, mate. Brad Pitt. Definitely Fight Club's up there for me, and Seven as well. My mind has gone completely blank for some reason. I know there's others. True Romance, of course, which he's in. He's fantastic in that. He's not in it for very long, but when he is in it, he's absolutely brilliant. Those are just some of my favourites off the top of my head. And we got Minor, you're here. Hello, mate. Saying hi, Scott. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're getting on all right. We'll watch your video on replay. No worries, mate. Yeah, I'm doing very well. Thank you. Thank you for joining. We've got Harry Druid saying Weird Science is another I've seen loads and love. Yeah, awesome, mate. I've seen it a lot of times as well when he's saying hi to me, are you? And he says sorry for joining so late. No worries, buddy. Don't worry about that at all. Just thank you for joining. And we got Gary North saying Seven blew me away when I first saw it in the cinema. That ending, it's hard. Yeah, it's definitely packs a bit of a punch to that movie. Does the ending? Shinjin saying World War Z was a great film with Brad. Where is the sequel? Yeah, I need to rewatch that movie. Definitely, I know it's quite a popular one. But next up, we've got 2012, directed by Robert Zemeckis, I believe. I actually quite enjoyed this film for what it was. It's not great by any means, but John Cusack's really good in it, and I thought it was an entertaining disaster movie. Next up, we've got Iron Sky, which I thought was an entertaining film. It's a bit slow and it does drag for me, this film, but I thought the performances were quite good. Has a good cast in it. But yes, it definitely drags for me, this film, and I don't find it to be overly interesting, the plot, but it's still a decent movie nonetheless. Next up is I Know What You Did Last Summer. This is a really fun slasher movie. And Coro just said that 2012 was Roman Emmerich. Yes, you are correct. There, Coro. Sorry, I got that incorrect, but sorry. For some reason, I thought it was Robert Zemeckis for some reason. But yeah, this is a really fun movie, and thank you for clarification, Kawhi. By the way, really appreciate it, mate. And yeah, this is a really fun movie. It's not great. It doesn't hold up some of the acting, but you know, it's just a fun, cheesy slasher film from the 90s. It knows exactly what it is, and I just have a really fun time with it. Next up, we have Friends with Benefits, which is a film I haven't seen in absolute years, but I do remember it being quite fun. I will definitely have to watch it again because I had a good time with it when I watched it. Got me, Nigel saying I just watched In Dreams Basic Instinct and Fight Plan today. Awesome stuff, mate. Hope you enjoyed them. He said, have you seen any of them, Scott? I've seen Basic Instinct, and that is the only one that I've seen from those films. But yeah, really enjoyed Basic Instinct. I think it's a fantastic thriller. Would watch it again. We got Shinjin saying, what's your favourite disaster movie, Scott? Great question, mate. Honestly, probably the Deep Impact. I really love that film for some reason. We got Minaj saying, I don't know what to think of Basic Instinct. Fair enough, mate. We got David Beach saying, what are your favourite memories and movies, mate? Oh, that's a great question. It's not one of my favourite movies, but a really great memory I have was when I first watched Monsters vs. Aliens for the first time at the cinema. That was the first movie I ever saw at the cinema in 3D. And when I first watched it, I thought it was absolutely incredible. I absolutely loved it. I was like, wow, the cinema is so awesome. And yeah, I just love going to the cinema since then, really. That was probably one of my favourite memories. Yeah, I can't think of any others off the top of my head, if I'm being honest. That's just one that stands out to me at the minute. I got me on your saying I also seen the film Watcher with Keanu Reeves. You must have you seen that one? I haven't, unfortunately. I think I've heard of it, but I definitely haven't seen it before. We got Kuro saying Basic Instinct is awesome, saying so because I'm Dutch like Verhoeven. Oh, that's cool, awesome stuff. Yeah, Basic Instinct is so good. Dirty Harry is really great film. I really love this film. I think it is absolute cracking 70s thriller. One of my 70s favourite 70s movies starring Clint Eastwood. And yeah, just really entertaining time from start to finish. Next up, we have Behind Enemy Lines, which is a really fun war movie starring Owen Wilson and Gene Hackman. I think this is a really good action movie, quite underrated as well. Yeah, I have a good time with this one. Next up, we have Who Dares Wins, which is probably my favourite movie based on the SAS. Yeah, this was a really great movie. The ending is really entertaining, has some really good movies. Oh wait, somebody's saying sound is gone. Can you guys hear me now? We got Sinjin saying yes, great choice. I was telling Keith my last week my two favourite disaster movies are Deep Impact and Earthquake. Sound is pretty crackly here, by the way, and Gary saying sound is gone. If anyone's still watching it, please put in the comments if the sound has come back, and let me know if you can hear me. But that would be very much appreciated. We got Coro saying I'm not the only one with Crackle audio. Maybe it's the Blu-rays around the tripod. Maybe it would be better if I moved some of them, see if that works. But next up we've got Enter Dragon, which is a brilliant martial arts movie. I really like this film. Try. I'm gonna try the settings quickly. See, gonna turn the mic up a bit. Hopefully that works. I'm not sure if it will. I think it actually went down a bit. Can you guys hear me now? Please put in the comments if you can hear me now. I've upped the volume on the mic, so it should be okay. Hopefully it is. But next up we've got Enter Dragon, which I've heard is a really actually no, I've seen this movie. It's a movie I have grown up watching when I was a kid, and it was absolutely fantastic. Really love this movie. Bruce Lee is fantastic as a martial artist. Really sorry about the crackling, everyone. I have no idea what is going on here. I'm gonna move the tripod and stuff, remove all these films out of the way, and change the audio settings again. Okay, so it's quite high now, so you should be able to hear me more now. Next up we've got The Funhouse, which is a really fun slasher movie from the 80s. I really enjoyed this movie. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Sorry about the crackling, everyone. Let me know if I need to turn down the audio or something. But yeah, this one was really awesome. I love this movie. Next up we've got Wild Things, which is a fantastic Arrow set. Really enjoy this movie as well. It's a really good thriller from the 90s. Got a fantastic cast, and I thought this movie was excellent. How's the audio, everyone, by the way? Is it better now? And next one we got Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, saying that this is saying this is what I'm on about. This is a fantastic film. One of my favourite 70s movies. I grew up watching this as a kid. This is just such a colourful movie. Has fantastic cast in it, and Gene Wilder as Willy Wonka is fantastic. And yeah, I just really adore this film, and looks great on 4K. Next up, sounds like this. Well, gonna Hello everyone, I'm back. I'm hoping this is going to work. I've just turned off my iPad completely because I don't think it. I think the internet's been playing up, so I've had to restart it. Really sorry everyone for this tonight. I really do apologise. This is probably it started off really well, but it's turned into one of the worst streams that I've ever done, to be honest. So yeah. I really sorry, but thank you all so much, everyone, for your patience. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I'm back with sound 2, yes, and again, really apologise. I can't I probably won't go through the movies that I've already talked about just because I've talked about them already. But yeah, really sorry. We got Sinjin saying it's all good now. That's awesome. We got Pretender guy saying no worries, mate. We all have technical issues. Yes, that is true. To be fair, we got Kuro saying working indeed, awesome, and we got Sinjin saying we're still here for you. Thank you so much, everyone. Your support tonight is so much appreciated. I couldn't be more thankful, and the fact that you were still here when I was actually not here is incredible, really. And we got Pete saying, yeah, cool, maybe I should do a solo one at a weekend in the future. I would definitely watch that, Pete, if you do plan on doing one for your own. I will definitely watch and support my friend. But anyway, next up we have A Bronx Tale. I'm just so glad that the audio and that is back. But yeah, this film is fantastic. I absolutely adore it. It's an amazing gangster movie. Bob De Niro is fantastic in it. The villain Sonny is fantastic, and yeah, this is just a really good movie. Next up, we have Martyrs, which is a really bleak and hard to watch movie from the 2000s. Really horrible horror movie. Really well made, but really hard to watch. Good movie though. Next up, we have Clueless, which is a good romance movie. I really enjoyed this one. I thought Alicia Silverstone was great in it, and it's just a really fun and entertaining time. Next up, we've got Dazed and Confused, which is a really great comedy film from the 90s here. Really enjoyed this movie. I think it's so much fun. The soundtrack is absolutely amazing, and Matthew McConaughey is great in it. Next up, we've got Hunt for the Wilderpeople, which is a really great film directed by Taika Waititi. I think this is brilliant. Yeah, really fun movie there. Next up, She's Out of My League. I haven't seen this movie before. I've heard this one be quite fun, but yeah, looking forward to checking this one out. Heard good things about it. Next up, we've got Candyman 4K, which is an amazing film. I haven't checked out the 4K yet, but I really do love this movie. It is absolutely incredible. Just going to make sure there isn't any movies that I haven't mentioned already. No, looks all good. But yeah, this is such a great film. Really cool slasher, and Tony Todd as Candyman is just really great and creepy. Next up, we've got Snowtown, which I've heard is meant to be really bleak and hard to watch, but I've heard really good things about it. It's really well made. Definitely looking forward to checking it out. And we got Kuro saying that would be great. Yeah, definitely. I would watch that, mate. And we got Sinjin saying Bronx Tale's a little gem. Definitely agree there, mate. And we got Kuro saying I love Clueless as if. Fair enough, Kuro. And next up we have Demonia, which is a film that I'm really excited to check out because I absolutely adore the cover, and I've heard this going to be quite an interesting movie. So yeah, looking forward to giving this a go. Next up we have the 4-film Batman set. This obviously comes with Batman, Batman Returns, Batman Forever, and Batman and Robin. Only seen the first 2 Batman films. Love the original 89 one. Think that's really good. Batman Returns I thought was decent. I thought it was okay. Haven't seen Forever and Batman and Robin yet though. Next up, we have Get Carter in 4K, which is absolutely incredible movie. One of my favourite 70s thrillers. Michael Caine is just brilliant in it. Haven't seen a 4K yet, but I'm looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have Beetlejuice in 4K. This called HMV Cine. Is it a Cine Edition? Yes, it is. Really good movie. I think it holds up really well. And yeah, I did have like a singular normal 4K Blu-ray of it, which I have watched it, and it looks great in 4K. So I'm happy to own this like proper cool box set of it. Next up, we have Raw and Cell Block 99, which is a really, really great movie. I really enjoyed this. It is a really brutal film and it is quite violent at times. Got some really nasty fight scenes in it. And yeah, really great movie. Vince Vaughn acting is fantastic in it. Next up, we have The Thing 4K. I've heard that this is going to be quite a decent choice. We haven't checked it out yet, but I absolutely adore this film. It's one of my favourite John Carpenter's, might be my favourite of his. But yeah, this film is absolutely incredible. Just so tense. That's one of my favourite jump scares of all time. And the acting from Kurt Russell is sensational. Next up, we have The House 4 movie collection. Love the first two. I think they're horror comedy classics. The third one I'm not too keen on, admittedly, and the fourth one is absolutely atrocious. I cannot stand the fourth film. Next up, we have Godzilla. This is the 2014 version, Cine Edition. Haven't seen this movie yet, but I'm really excited to check it out. It's really good things. Gonna go through a few more comments. Gotsin Jin saying, looking forward to seeing Michael Keaton as Batman and Flash. Yeah, that will be really cool, to be fair. And we got Koro saying further and Batman and Robin are way better than the first two Batman movies. Fair enough. Many you saying sorry Scott if I've already asked. Don't MJD me, but it's Basic Instinct 2 worth watching. I heard it's not very good, but I do think Fatal Attraction is my favourite Michael Douglas film. I still need to check that film out, to be fair. It's really good. And I haven't seen Basic Instinct 2, no I haven't. Got many of you saying I wouldn't mind picking up Fatal Attraction on Blu-ray. Yeah, that would be a good film to pick up, mate. And we got Sinjin saying The Fog is my favourite John Carpenter movie. Great choice, I love The Fog. And we got Manoy saying I have only seen the remake of The Fog. Oh, that's interesting. Highly recommend the original, mate. It's fantastic. Next up, we have E.T., which is a classic movie from the 80s. I really, really enjoyed this one. Thought it was really entertaining. Got some really iconic scenes in it, and yeah, it's just a really good film. Next up, we have The Last Samurai, which is a really great movie starring Tom Cruise. The battle sequences in this movie are absolutely sensational. Yeah, really, really enjoyed this movie. Next up, we have Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, which is probably my favourite Guy Ritchie movie. I absolutely adore this film. It's such a great sort of like dark British comedy. Really, really great film great film with a fantastic cast. Next up, we have The Gate for Sobibor, which was a really, really great TV movie. Yeah, really enjoyed this one. Thought it was quite tense, and it's got Rutger Hauer in this one as well, and yeah, really entertaining film. Next up, we have Schindler's List, which is one of the best movies I've ever seen. I think this is a really well-made film from a technical standpoint. It's absolutely brilliant. It is a really hard movie to watch though, and it is really emotional as well. Next up, we have Westworld. Sorry about everyone, I'm just moving some of my movies around. But yeah, next up we have Westworld. Really good movie, sci-fi movie. Really enjoyed this one. Yeah, I want to check out the sequel. Is it called Future World? Wouldn't mind watching that as well. But yeah, this is really entertaining. Next up, we have The Plague of the Zombies, which is quite an entertaining horror film. Really enjoyed this one. It's a little bit dated, I think, but it is a decent movie overall. Next up, we have Tropic Thunder, which is a really funny movie starring Robert Downey Jr. and Ben Stiller. Yeah, this is really great movie. I haven't seen it in a very long time, but did really enjoy it. Next up, we have Misery, which is one of my favourite sort of psychological horror films. Kathy Bates is absolutely incredible in this movie. She definitely deserves to win the Oscar for this movie. And yeah, that sledgehammer scene, I was not expecting that. Really caught me off guard. But yeah, this film is so good. Next up, we have Footloose, which is just a really fun sort of like 80s musical. Yeah, really enjoy this one, and Kevin Bacon is fantastic in it. Next up, we've got Mid-90s, which is a really cool movie set in the mid-90s, and yeah, directed by Jonah Hill, and he actually done a good job directing this. It's got some really cool 90s music in there, and yeah, just a really cool movie. We got St. John saying, I watched Lock, Stock, Couple Weeks ago. I loved it. Awesome. Glad you enjoyed it. Saying that I said about the remake were better. Fair enough. And me, I always saying he agrees. Yeah, I've heard that it's not a great film, to be fair. We got Coro saying, sorry, but I have to go. Getting too tired. Enjoyed your stream very much. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Well, thank you so much, Coro. I really do appreciate you joining tonight, mate. Got Pete saying take care to Coro. Got Pete saying James Caan is such an underrated actor. I do agree with that. He was absolutely incredible. St. John saying don't bother with Future World, Scott. You'll never get back for 1 hour 40 minutes. You will waste on it. Oh, that's fair enough, mate. It's a shame that it's not that good, or that you didn't enjoy it, shall I say? But next up, we got Hunt for Red October, which is a really good movie, really good Jack Ryan story starring Sean Connery, and yeah, really entertaining time. I think it's quite tense in places, and yeah, looking forward to rewatching it. Next up, we've got Green Book, which is a really well made movie, and yeah, the writing in this film is really good. The performances was excellent. Not sure if it deserved to win Best Picture, but I still enjoyed it nonetheless. Next up, we got Moonlight, which is another film I really enjoyed. Thought it was quite powerful and emotional. Not sure if it deserved to win Best Picture again, but it is a very well made movie, and the performances in it are fantastic. Yeah, really good movie there. Next up, we have a really fun horror comedy from the late 90s called Idle Hands. This is a really great movie here. Really enjoyed watching this one. Has a really great cast in it. Jessica Alba is in this one, and I can't remember the actor's name, but I'm pretty sure the actor who plays Alex in the first Final Destination film is also in this movie, and yeah, it's just a really fun time. Next up, we have Audition, which is a really creepy and disturbing Japanese horror film. And yeah, it's a really great movie, but the last 15 minutes are really difficult to watch and disturbing. But yeah, very well made movie, and very yeah, good movie. Next up, we had At the Edge of 17, which is a fantastic coming of age film, one of my favourites. Haley Steinfeld is fantastic in this film, and also Woody Harrelson is great as well. But yeah, absolutely love this film. It's definitely one I'm going to go back to quite often. Next up, we have Edge of Tomorrow, which is a fantastic sort of sci-fi time loop film. Really enjoyed this movie. Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt are fantastic in it, and it's just a really cool and unique concept. One of my favourite time loop movies for sure. Next up, we've got Frozen. This is not the animated one, obviously. This is the sort of like low budget horror movie from a few years ago. Really enjoyed this film. Actually, thought it was quite tense and claustrophobic, and yeah, just a really great time. Highly recommend this one. Next up, we got, just making sure that isn't a film that I haven't already spoke about. Okay, it is, so that's all good. No worries. Next up, we've got Frogs, which is actually a really fun movie, really stupid and over the top, but for some reason I just really enjoyed this one. But I think I've only got 3 more Blu-rays to talk about, I believe. Yep, that is correct, 3 more. But gonna go through a few more comments and do the last 3, and then go through final comments as well. Shinjin saying don't bother with future work. I've already gone through that one. We got going off saying audition is some crazy shit. It definitely is, mate. And we've got Shinjin saying I don't think James Caan was ever underrated. He's always been a pretty big star. He was amazing in Misery. Yeah, that's true, to be fair. He's always been pretty big in some of his films, I do agree. And we've got Mike here. Hello, mate, from Did You See That? Saying, hey, Scott, hope you're well, mate. Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. Just a shame about the technical issues that I've had in this stream. But other than that, I had a fantastic night. And the camera's gone sideways now, so. But yeah, I had a really good night. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you joining. And where was those 2 movies that I dropped? But this is unfortunately come off. But this is the Terminator 2 vinyl box set, also 4K. Yeah, this is a really cool 4K Blu-ray and vinyl set. Really, really great set here. Really happy to own this, and yeah. The 4K transfer on this actually isn't too bad. I know the original one was supposed to be pretty poor, but yeah, this is actually not too bad. So if you like a movie, I would recommend it. But it is quite expensive, though, to be fair. And there was 2 other movies that I did have that I needed to show, but they. Oh, there we go. I found it. It was for not the best movie ever, but it was for Babadook. Yeah, I do like this film, to be fair. It's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's a good movie. And the final one in my complete Blu-ray collection is the Criterion set of Godzilla. I've still not watched any of these films yet, unfortunately, but yeah, I really need to check some of these films out, especially the original Godzilla. Because I've heard that film's absolutely incredible, and yeah, I'm just really excited to check out some of these movies. And that is it, everyone. That is the end of my Blu-ray collection journey. I hope you've all enjoyed. Really do apologise if there's some movies that you didn't see me talk about, but you didn't miss anything much, to be fair. There were only like normal Blu-rays and stuff. There wasn't loads of great movies. If you did if there was movies that you missed me talk about, because obviously you I went blank for a minute there, and obviously I had to restart the iPad and that earlier. But with all that being said, thank you all so much for joining. We've got Shinjin here saying that box set looks mint. Scott, really like that. Thank you so much, mate. But yeah, thank you to everyone for all your amazing support again. Really apologise for the technical difficulties in towards the end of the stream about an hour ago or so. But yeah, other than that, I had an absolute blast doing these, and I hope you've all really enjoyed watching them as well. And thank you all so much for supporting me on these Blu-ray collection live streams. I probably won't do a complete Blu-ray collection video or live stream again, but if I do, I will make sure that I've watched every single movie beforehand. And also, I'm planning to do another complete vinyl collection in a couple of years, but I will probably do that as a live stream as well, and I'll decide to do that again. But yeah, again, thank you everyone for joining me on this amazing journey. It's been absolutely incredible. I've really loved doing these, and I will watch this on playback just to see if the stream turned out okay, obviously with the difficulties and that, but hopefully it did. And we got Sinjin saying great stream, Scott. Thank you so much, mate. Glad you enjoyed. Sinjin saying have a good night, and you too, mate. I really appreciate it. Got Pete Predento guy saying fantastic stream, mate. Thank you so much, Pete. Really do appreciate it. We got Pete saying you've done brilliant work there, mate. It's a hard task, but doing a stream is the best way to show off your collection. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's the most fun way of doing it. Like you say, it's not easy, and obviously I'll have to put all these movies back as well, which it's definitely not going to be easy. But and obviously technical difficulties can be a pain in the arse sometimes. But yeah, I'm just glad that everyone stuck with me during that time and has stuck with me on these Blu-ray collection live streams and supported me. It really does mean a lot. And Peter's saying take care everyone, but yeah, but I will be doing Blu-ray pick up videos for every month now, so you won't miss any new Blu-rays that go into my collection. And yeah, thank you everyone for joining me. It's been an absolute blast, and I really appreciate all support. And with all that being said, yeah, take care everyone, and bye everyone.